If you were driving into town from the east like I was, you saw all the gem show traffic, and we are still waiting on Supervisor Christie, Supervisor Allen to arrive. Supervisor Hines is participating remotely. But as soon as we have a quorum, we will get started. Thank you.
We did that. I did a lot of this. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Apologize for the delay in getting started. Welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Ms. Manriquez, could you please call the roll to establish quorum?
Supervisor Allen.
Here.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Grijalva.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is participating remotely. All other board members are present.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. We are now going to invite to the front of the room Joel Preciado, Vice President of the Los Amigos Technology Academy Student Council, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. President Preciado, please.
Yay. You can pull that item.
On behalf of the Pima County, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. President. And also from Los Amigos Technology Academy Student Council. And I apologize, I promoted Joel to president. The actual president, he's the vice president, sorry, pal. The actual president is Andres Munoz, and Andres will be offering the land acknowledgement statement.
But that's not on this. But what's your name?
Adriana Sanchez.
Andrea Sanchez. Thank you. So Andres couldn't make it.
No.
But he sent representatives that are going to do a great job. Okay.
Well, I think you should be the new president since you took his place. And what is your office, Ms. Sanchez?
Secretary.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Go ahead, please. Read the land acknowledgement statement.
On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor to tribal nations who have served as caretakers of the land of time in memorial of respect, acknowledge to ancestral homeland and Toronto, Oham, nation of multi-millennial, and presents the Baska key tribe within Pima County, consent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion. We strive to building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Hey. That's a lot of $5 words. Nice job. Nice job.
Very good.
I'm now going to call on Supervisor Grijalva, who has a special presentation and a special guest to recognize.
We're very fortunate here at the Board of Supervisors to have Tiana Williams. She is going to sing the national anthem and the Black national anthem for all of us, a cappella. I don't know how you do that. She is she's been born in Tucson. She does this for several events throughout the year, just did it for the MLK breakfast. And so I was so glad that you could come. She is graduating in May from the U of A Law School. Yay, I know, she needs applause for that. She's specializing in probate law, but I think we have something in Pima County for her, I'm sure, right? Just kidding. So if you could, whenever you're ready. Thank you. Thank you, Tiana. Yeah, do you want to use the mic there? You can, or do you want a handheld? Which do you prefer? You want a handheld?
Either or is fine. I could always do it without a mic.
Oh my gosh. We want to capture you. Thank you.
Would everyone please rise?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. They sing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
Thank you so much, Tiana. That was beautiful. Let's give her another round of applause. And the only reason she could do this today is because it's a late day starting at school, right? So you were just able to squeeze in according to Pastor Scott. So I'm so glad. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Grijalva. And we're now going to move to agenda item number 4, pause for pause.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the board. My name is Katie Hutchinson, and I am the Animal Placement Manager at Pima Animal Care Center. And I am joined this morning with Twix Twix is a 10-week-old, very curious kitten who's been having a busy day this morning. And he is one of 300 some cats that our APS team has been working to bring in over the last month. We've had about 4 major cat intakes at PAC, and our APS clinic and cat care teams have been working tirelessly to making sure these cats are safe, healthy, and have a great shot at having a home. So if anybody is interested, we have lots of cats and of course lots of dogs available for adoption. We're also gearing up for our biannual Snip and Tip event. This is going to be February 22nd through 23rd and is an event geared towards helping make sure our outdoor cat community is healthy and vaccinated. So this is going to be an opportunity where members of the public can sign up to get outdoor community cats altered and vaccinated free of charge. We typically do about 500 to 600 cats over the course of the weekend, and spots are filling up fast. So make sure to check out our social media and webpage for information on that. And then, of course, we also have many dogs. We have 500 dogs today in the shelter. And are having some fun events for Valentine's Day where we hope we can find lots of those dogs loving homes for the holiday. And then Twix here is able to be reserved for adoption, so if anybody is looking for a cute kitten, he would love to find his home as well. Thank you guys so much for your support of PAC, and have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. We're now going to turn it over to our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, for adjustments to our agenda.
Okay. On the regular agenda, page 5, item 27, this is a grant under the sheriff. State of Arizona Department of Public Safety, grant number GASD 70358. Sheriff Nanos requests this item be removed from the agenda. On page 6, item 30, under Development Services, it is a hearing conditional use permit P24CU 00007. This item will be heard after executive session. On it, the addendum 1, page 1, items 1 and 2, and on addendum 2, page 1, item 1, these are the executive sessions. These items will be heard after call to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. All right, we are now going to move to recognition of our outgoing procurement director, Terry Spencer, and honoring her over 23 years of service to Pima County. And if I could ask board members to join Ms. Lesher and myself down at the front so that we can recognize Terry.
Okay, we're going to.
Thank you. Pima County has boasted an award-winning procurement department for decades, and many of the department is here. Couldn't wave your hand if you're from the procurement department. Thank you. Yay. And with their work and the work of Terry in other positions with the department, and then the last several years as the director of the department, we have been able to achieve that goal. And I think procurement is one of those departments that are critical to everything we do and don't get all the attention all the time, but making sure that we get goods and services at a good rate, making sure that we adhere to all the procurement standards. And I know people, I think nimble and quick are not always words people think of when it comes to government, but we're spending your money. And so we have to do it correctly. And we do it because of people like Terry and everyone in the procurement department making sure that we go through all the right processes and telling us all no on more than one occasion, but helping us find the right way to get it done. So please join me in thanking Terry for 23 years.
I'll just add, just as we've continued to work together, Terry and I, you're a hard person to replace. We've known that for how many searches we went through to try to find the right procurement director. Just an amazing woman. I wish you the very best. And as you continue to ride your horses and do great work. We will miss you dearly. I'm sure the team here will miss you dearly, but you've left us in great shape, and so we appreciate everything you've done. Thank you, Terry.
So I first want to start out by just thanking Jan and Steve and Carmine and the members of the board for all of the support that you've given us throughout the year. It's been an amazing career at Pima County. And there are many things that we buy in procurement, but the one thing we can't buy is time. So I am now looking forward to having time to do many of the things that I love. And time with my wonderful husband, Tommy, to travel and to camp and fish and get out there on the trails with our razor and do the fun things we like to do. Time with him in our business, Spencer Roofing, and keep moving that forward. Time with my family, my parents. I'm still blessed to have my mom, my dad, my stepmom. So I'm going to spend more time with them and our kids and our 13 grandkids. And time with my horses and my dogs and my cats. And maybe I'll finally have time to read my Bible in 365 days. So I'm hoping for that. And what I'm most proud of in procurement at this is that we are an award-winning procurement department. And that is truly because of my staff and what they do each and every day for all of our county departments and the public that we serve. And so with that, I just want to thank my management team and my staff in procurement for everything that you do. It's been truly a privilege to be your director over the past 4 years and to work alongside of you for the 20 years prior to that. And I just wish you all the very best because you truly are the best of the best. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move on to our call to the public segment. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We have 7 speakers. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and our first speaker is participating telephonically, and that is Joanne Trigo. Ms. Trigo, as soon as you are ready, you may begin your remarks. Do we need to come back to Ms. Trigo? Okay, we will do that. So we will go. Oh, here she is. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Trigo.
I'm sorry. We all understand how technology works. Good morning. My name is Joanne Trigo. I live at 10410 East Rancho del Este in District 4, and I'm an officer on the Tanque Verde Valley Association. It was established in 1947, and TVVA is the largest association in Tucson. I am speaking today in support of a proposed Pima County wildfire danger mitigation plan that I believe is on your agenda as an addendum. Did you know that 68% of all properties in Tucson have some risk of being affected by wildfire over the next 30 years? My home and property near the intersection of Tanque Verde and Houghton has a 60% chance of wildfire destruction. Given my situation, I requested feedback from a U.S. Forest Service professional. Climate change is affecting fire seasons. They are now year-round. Wildfires are affecting our flooding and damaged watersheds as they can't absorb, maintain, and/or direct moisture. Wildfires today are much more difficult to suppress. Dry grass, weeds, and brush can catch fire and spread quickly with high winds, and extremely intense fires tend to build more in dry, dense vegetation areas where treetop canopies can cast embers miles away. Given the mountains, hills, and creeks in the Tucson area, and having just witnessed the wildfires in Southern California, once a fire begins, the land and weather seem to work together. Fires generally climb uphill, and more intense winds can spread a fire more quickly and carry embers further. Wildfire trends also indicate higher severity and longer duration. This can result in no soil protection from precipitation, an increase in flooding, soil erosion, downstream sedimentation, and increasing creek bed heights, impacting not just the Tanque Verde waterways, such as Tanque Verde Creek, Agua Caliente, and Bonanza Washes, but also the Tucsonans who live nearby. In addition to damaging properties, wildfire can also cut off access to utilities, emergency services, and impact evacuation routes. This is a critical impact in communities that have limited access. One road in and out, as in the Tanque Verde Valley. We have Tanque Verde Road to the west and Houghton Road to the south. And for Mount Lemmon, Catalina Highway is the only access road. Assisting residents to evacuate has been and will continue to be the ultimate challenge. It is prudent for Pima County to adopt higher risk standards in building codes and controlled burns to reduce vegetation and fuel sources that can limit wildfire damage to people, wildlife, pets, and property. It is our hope that a wildfire danger mitigation plan will address these needs. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this morning.
Ms. Trigo, you are very good at timing. Thank you very much for your comments. We are now going to move on to our in-person speakers. Our in-person speakers, the first three are in this order, and if you want to come to the front of the room, I'll call you up in this order. Lori Moore, Don Hales, and Sally Crum. If Mr. Hales and Ms. Crum want to come up, I'll call you after Ms. Moore is done. Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good morning. My name is Laurie Moore. I'm a common sense U.S. citizen from District 1. Change has come to the Republic, and the border is the #1 issue nationally and locally. Joe Biden, Alejandro Mayorkas, and the never-present border czar and DEI hire Kamala Harris ignored our immigration laws. Biden opened the border and funneled billions of dollars to elected officials in blue states and sanctuary cities. Millions of illegal immigrants were lured here. Many of us have complained about the majority on this board taking federal money to transport improperly vetted illegal immigrants throughout the country. This act, in the name of humanity, has become a crime against humanity. Violating and usurping existing immigration laws has brought death and despair to legal citizens and illegal immigrants alike. I have heard the flow of federal money has stopped, investigations have begun for the NGOs and Catholic charities, and a few motels in town previously designated as incoming emergency housing have closed. What about outgoing emergency housing? I have heard ICE deportation is rounding up prisoners in jails tagged with detainer to deport, only to find that some of these illegal immigrant criminals are no longer in jails but have been released into the community. That stunt puts ICE, police, and citizens of Pima County in a dangerous situation. County officials are elected to protect U.S. citizens, not criminal non-citizens. I want to know, by a show of hands, hold 'em high, that this Pima County Board of Supervisors is first and foremost looking out for the safety of the community, which is your oath of office. Please raise your hand if you intend to take care of us and protect us. To that end, I further want to know, by a show of hands, hold 'em high, that this board will assist or at least not hamper the federal government in finding and deporting criminal non-citizens. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Hales.
Hello, my name's Don Hales, and live in District 5, Tucson. I'd like to say I fully support Steve Christie's wildfire mitigation plan, Addendum 1, Item 3. Many of my neighbors unable to attend also support Steve on that. This is to avoid what's been happening in California like every other year for the last, 20 years. Good timing because we're having a very dry year here this year. I don't support tax increases related to the addendum. And finally, just to remind folks, there's an important prop coming up, 414, in our elections, city elections. And I just want to put a plug in to remind folks to get out and vote. Vote no against Prop 414. It's just another tax that nobody can afford, doesn't solve any problems, and it becomes mismanaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hales. Ms. Crum. And our next three speakers after Ms. Crum are Anastasia Sasakis, Dana Cormash, and Paula Neal, if they would come to the front. Ms. Crum.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sally Crum. I'm the president of the Mount Lemon Homeowners Association, also the chairman of the Mount Lemon Firewise community. So thank you for addressing this serious threat with your wildfire mitigation plan on your agenda. As seen in the recent California wildfires, the danger exists everywhere, not just on Mount Lemon, but down in the city, not just in the drought-stricken, overgrown forests. One of the issues besides those mentioned in the memo is the problem of unoccupied, abandoned buildings. We have some of those on Mount Lemon. We've worked with various Pima County departments to seek some sort of resolution, but we've been unable to do so. So we're looking to getting some sort of policy or building code that would allow the county to take some steps in removing these fire dangers. Also, the Pima County Wildfire Protection Plan, the CWPP, is outdated. It's more than 10 years old and needs immediate revision with input from various agencies and communities. And I understand that Pima County Office of Emergency Management has received a grant from the State Department of Forestry and Fire Management to help support that. So I'm just asking that that be taken care of right away. I thank you for taking these steps and making a strong effort to protect our community from the very real danger of wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crum. Ms. Sasakis, did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
You bet.
Good morning, everybody, and Happy New Year. I just wanted to make a couple of quick statements. First of all, I know the agenda item was removed by Sheriff Nanos, but I encourage you highly to consider saying yes to the grant acceptance for the Sheriff's Department. I'm sure we'll hear more about that when it's back on the agenda. And definitely a no to item 30. That just cannot go. Addendum 3 that was brought up by Supervisor Christie, I think is apropos for this time and probably way long past due. And as Ms. Crum referenced earlier, there's a lot of policies and things that are severely outdated that really need to be reviewed and brought current and forward to today's standards. We don't want to end up like California and being taken advantage of. We don't want to end up like Maui and being taken advantage of. We don't want to be like the Carolinas and being taken advantage of, all because there are land grabs going on right now that are behind the scenes of these wildfires, whether you acknowledge it or not. It is actually happening. California, in fact, lost the majority of their insurance. The people who lost their homes now cannot rebuild. And this was all targeted. These fires were not accidental. There was illegals and other people being caught starting these fires in front of people's homes and in the backs of their homes and in the outlier areas, and that cannot happen here. We do not want to end up like them. We also want to encourage you to work with our insurance carriers to be sure that these insurance carriers do not back out of our state or our area, specifically here in Pima County, so that we lose our insurance and, God forbid, something like California happens and we all lose our homes. I don't think anybody here wants to lose their homes over a bureaucracy. I certainly would not. Because at that point, I think what's missing here is they need to go after their governances, their local and state governances for what has happened to them, and we do not want to end up like that. So we encourage you to do more controlled burns and things that will prevent these fires from happening. In addition, I have been one to call for audits and closer looks at these NGOs and IGAs that have been carrying these illegals here in Pima County. And I have called on that for a long time, and thank God, I don't know why it took a change of administration to now take a hardcore look into these purported charities who have been taking the federal funds. You guys have been giving it to them, and they now have millions in their war chest. Where did that money go? How did it get used? And why are we not holding them accountable for what they've done? That time, my friends, is over, and DEI has no place in anything that we do.
Thank you, Ms. Sasakis. Ms. Cormash, Dana Cormash. You need to step up to the microphone.
Thank you for your hard work, because I know you work really hard. Anyways, I'm here to support the recorder about the online ballot system. So I worked for Pima County for 25 and a half years, and I know systems. You read, you write, you read and write. And instead of talking a lot about computer lingo, I'll just give you an analogy. It's like if Taylor Swift concert tickets go online, it brings down Ticketmaster. It's just overwhelming. I also think AI is dangerous. It's taking jobs away from people. This is Jim LaSalle, Dr. James LaSalle. He said in class in the spring of '84, computers won't replace people, they will displace them. People will be able to work less hours and share jobs. Well, that's not happening. They're dangerous. Photos of kids in like practically naked. Bill Gates today, I read, tax the robots, they're taking our jobs. Fight I-11, not only destroying the habitat for wildlife, but who's going to pay for law enforcement? We need a new jail. Who's going to maintain the roads? The state. The state doesn't even pay for public education anymore. And I want to fight Rosemont mine. At age 16, I wanted to be an environmental chemist. I had a advanced chemistry class at Santa Rita, and we got to pick our subject, and my friend and I picked environmental chemistry, and we learned about all the pollutants in the environment, and we have more now. We never heard about microplastics in our body. And anyway, fall of '76, U of A didn't have environmental science because nobody seemed to think it was that important. Thank you again. I know you work hard. I did say I'm Dana Cormash. I live off of Ironwood Hill, just east of Painted Hills. So.
Thank you, Ms. Cormash. And our final speaker is Paula Neal. Ms. Neal.
Good morning. I live in District 4. I am out in the Rock and K division. I contacted Supervisor Christie because our homeowners out there, I don't know if you know what Rock and K is, it's a huge development, right? And it's ongoing, they're building more, and they're actually just starting another development out there. But our homeowners out there, we're already receiving letters for cancellation of homeowner insurance. They're telling us that our development is prone to wildfires, and they are not insuring us. The homes out there are starting at $400,000 up to $1 million. And some insurance companies, there's been 5 already that have targeted that area, 5 large ones here. USAA, Progressive, Farmers, Allstate, and Hippo. Hippo in particular is not even telling our homeowners out there that they're canceled. It is not until the mortgage company contacts the homeowner and say, you have no insurance. And then they find out why they were canceled was because of this letter that they're sending out saying we are in a fire district. We can tell you from living there and on the way in, I could tell you that along Old Spanish Trail where they're building Rock and K, there's buffalo grass that is high. And construction companies are coming through, there and dragging chains and stuff. So it is just waiting for a fire to start out there. Granted, we have a good fire department out there, but that goes, that's huge out there. Trees and, because it's not developed all the way yet, right? So another concern of ours is the guy that bought Rock and K, why are they not taking care of the fire out there already, or the buffalo grass, and doing all the mitigation for the trees and stuff out there? So I know everybody else has talked about the fire mitigations and all that stuff, but I just wanted to give you guys a real sense. Homeowners are already starting to lose their insurance policies out there. So, and it's just a developing area. So if we really would like for you guys to look at that out there, that area in particular, everybody else out here has homes and everything, but when I bought my house a year ago, I'm 5 months from receiving that letter because I'm on that list of who I bought insurance from to try to get homeowners insurance for our house, which was our whole life savings and selling of 2 homes to buy that one home. So we really would appreciate you guys if you could tell us how we personally can start maybe telling homeowners, I know homeowners out there are willing to help mitigate our area.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. At this point, I'm going to close call to the public and ask if any of my colleagues want to ask administration to follow up on a matter that was raised by any of our speakers or respond to a criticism.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yes, I'd like to ask the administration and the specific departments to respond to Ms. Crumb's issues of abandoned homes. Unfortunately, this isn't just a Mount Lemon issue. We're seeing the same situation in our Vail and southeastern city of Tucson areas as well. So I would appreciate it if the Pima County administration would address what can be done to deal with abandoned homes that are really nothing more than fire hazards and creating more problems than they are just sitting there. There's a lot more than just being an abandoned home. There's fire dangers, there's homeless dangers, there's vagrant dangers, there's vandalism and those issues. So that would be great to have a response on that issue of abandoned homes. Secondly, through our efforts with the Department of Insurance and financial institutions, they have formed a subcommittee called the Resiliency and Mitigation Council that deals specifically with the homeowners insurance situation. We are fortunate and very proud, I think, as a result of our efforts, that we have a Pima County administrator, the only Pima County administrator to serve on this committee, Carmine DeBonis, representing us there, which I think represents quite a feather in our cap, and we're glad that and appreciative of him doing that. And today at 1 o'clock online, the Arizona, the Resiliency and Mitigation Council meeting occurs at 1 o'clock. You can watch it online. It's on the Arizona DIFI page, the Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions page. And if you want, you can contact our office on our homepage, and there are links to that meeting. So this is a very instructive avenue where there are issues of insurance, procurement of insurance, raising the premiums that we're seeing in exorbitant amounts. It's a great resource and may actually provide some sort of relief. But I encourage you to watch that if you're in one of those areas with homeowners insurance. And that's at 1 o'clock today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie, thank you. And I know we all appreciate the item that you brought up last year that led to the issue that you just spoke to being added to our legislative program. We then saw a resolution adopted by the State's County Supervisors Association that led to the creation of the committee that you referred to under the state's Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions. And I think it's because of the proactive stance that Pima County took that you led that resulted in Mr. DeBonis being appointed to this position. So thank you very much. Anybody else? Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I need to respond to, I tend not to I try to not directly address some of the comments that are said at the call to the audience, because I do believe that everyone has the right to come and speak to the board. I do need to say that Pima County is committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion in our workforce, in our hiring practices, and we will continue to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Grijalva. All right, we're going to move to executive session. And we have 2 executive session items. They are listed on the addendum. Pardon me? Oh, there's 3. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, there's 3 executive session items. Number 1, pursuant to ARS 38-43103 for legal advice and discussion relating to vertical bridge. Vertical bridge request for a type 3 conditional use permit. Then we have pursuant to ARS 38-43103 for legal advice and direction regarding a proposed settlement in Susan Schroeder et al. Versus Guy Quintance. And then we also have pursuant to ARS 38-43103 for legal advice and discussion relating to the potential waiver of the attorney-client privileged memorandum written by County Attorney Laura Conover dated January 27, 2025 regarding federal law enforcement presence and operations in Pima County. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So move.
And I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we will go into executive session. Okay, we are back in session. Thank everybody for their patience. Referring to the matters discussed in executive session on both Addendum 1 and Addendum 2, those were for information only. And now we are moving back to the addendum, item number 4, release of attorney-client privileged memorandum. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair?
I thought I said that. Okay. And addendum 2 is also for information only. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
In regard to the addendum item for release of information of client privilege, client attorney privilege, I move that it be released to the public.
Right, I will second. Any discussion?
And then just to clarify, this is addendum number 1, item 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye, or in the case of Supervisor Hines, please give me a thumbs up. Thank you.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item is approved unanimously. Now, also on Addendum 1, we're going to item 7, proposed settlement in Susan Schroeder versus Guy Quintance et al. What is the pleasure of the board?
Chair Scott,
Supervisor
I'd like to
Grijalva.
go ahead and move to approve as discussed in executive session.
I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye or give a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye. Item is approved unanimously. All right. Thank you all very much. And again, thank you to the audience for your patience. We are now going to move to item number 30 on our agenda. This is a hearing for a conditional use permit, P24CU 00007, Swenson, West Massengale Road, Shelley Swenson, represented by Vertical Bridge LLC. Just to let everybody know how we're going to proceed. To kick off the hearing, I have asked staff to lay out the steps that were taken that led to them recommending approval of this application. I also have asked staff to lay out for us the discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission that led the Planning and Zoning Commission to recommend denial of the application. After that, we will have an attorney for the applicant who will have 7 minutes to make a presentation to the board. Then we will have an attorney for those opposed to the application who will also have 7 minutes to address the board. Then we will call on other speakers, each of whom will have 3 minutes. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Administrator Lesher and whoever she may want to designate to speak on behalf of staff.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, and I will be turning it over to Deputy County Administrator DeBonis to walk through the steps and introduce the other staff. Thank you.
Mr. DeBonis.
Chair Scott, members of the board, we have with us here today Chris Poirier, is a Deputy Director for the Development Services Department, also the county's planning official, and we also have Mr. Tom Drzgowski, who is the County Chief Zoning Inspector. So they have been involved in the process along the way, and we'll give you those updates that you've requested. I will also note that the Pima County Hearing Administrator, Mr. Jim Portner, is here today. If the board has specific questions that they'd like to direct to Mr. Portner, he's available to respond as well. So I will turn it to Mr. Poirier for the presentation.
Thank you for that. Chairman Scott, members of the board, before you is a request for a Type 3 conditional use permit to allow a wireless communication facility on property zoned RH at 10510 West Massengale Road in District 3 of Pima County. To date, staff has received approximately 58 comment items. The vast majority are recommending opposition. I believe we're at about 55 opposed with about 3 in support. This item went before the Planning and Zoning Commission in October of 2024. The Planning and Zoning Commission had recommended denial. Presenting to the Planning and Zoning Commission at the same hearing is a staff report that was written by and recommended by the hearing administrator, Jim Portner. He had recommended approval subject to standard and special conditions, and the property is located outside the Mavine Marie Behan Conservation Land System. For some background, arguably, this is a continuation of a previous effort of the same company trying to fill the same gap of service for the same mobile provider, and that is T-Mobile. The original site came before the county about 2 years ago and was eventually denied by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The applicant chose not to bring that request to the Board of Supervisors. Instead, they withdrew and in consultation with staff tried to find a better site as a better alternative. The previous request that occurred in about spring of 2023, the original tower was 110 feet. The proposed tower today is down to 80 feet. The previous request was on a lot of about 3 acres in size. The request today is on a lot over 8 acres. And that's relevant because I think it gives the ability for the applicant to do more, moving the location of the tower, trying to really dial it into the best spot possible on a site. Arguably, the previous tower was in a more dense part of the Picture Rocks area. This is a little bit more spread out in terms of adjacent homes. Arguably, the previous request was also located very close to the entrance of the national park, very close to Picture Rocks Road. This location, although in the similar region, is not quite as profound aesthetically on those visiting the park. In fact, it's nestled up to an old quarry or some mine tailing. Some significant previous disturbances occurred. So at the October Planning and Zoning hearing, the hearing administrator, Jim Portner, again, provided his recommendation of approval with conditions. His recommendation included very specific considerations of Federal Telecommunication Act criteria listed as part of the staff report and the official record of a letter dated October 14th, 2024. It includes things like whether or not the applicant really was seeking a true ability to close a gap in coverage. Did the applicant significantly explore other co-location opportunities, and an overall evaluation of whether or not it's an appropriate location. So again, at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, Mr. Portner, serving then as staff, did recommend approval with criteria. One thing to point out is his approval recommendation is made prior to having the benefit of public input. So at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there were significant members of the public that showed up in opposition. Arguments were heard and made from the applicant in response to a lot of the opposition. But at the end of the day, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend denial. I believe it was 7-1 to deny. Now the request is brought before you today, then with still a recommendation of approval from Mr. Portner, the hearing administrator, staff recommending approval, and the commission having recommended denial. At this point, because of the unique nature of the case, I want to also see if Tom Druzgowski, our chief zoning inspector, would like to add anything else to the process.
Chair Scott, board members, the one point I would bring up in the cell towers is that each section of our zoning code has a purpose statement. And what we do as staff is we use the purpose statement as our guide for when we determine approving and denying requests that are before us in each individual zone. The cell tower section, the communication tower section, has their own purpose statement in it. And a few of the guiding statements are to minimize the total number of towers by promoting co-location, to maintain and preserve existing unique attributes of the community such as architecture, landscape, and hardscapes, to encourage towers in commercial and industrial areas, and to minimize adverse impacts of towers on visually sensitive areas such as rock outcroppings, foothills, mountain backdrops, and unique vegetation. And lastly, to protect the aesthetic qualities of neighborhoods by sitting towers to minimize negative aesthetic impacts to ensure to the extent possible that towers are compatible with surrounding land uses. So these are some of the items in the purpose statement that we use when cell towers come in for co-location or a new tower is proposed. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Just to quickly follow up before we move on to the attorneys, I know the board has the report of the Planning and Zoning Commission proceedings, but could either of you gentlemen please summarize the reasons the Planning and Zoning Commission cited for recommending denial?
Mr. Chair, my review of the record was that the commission was inclined to deny because the applicant failed to provide some level of community benefit. There was some concern about it just not being the right location. And that, I think, summarizes some of their concerns. There was some discussion about profit, whether or not profit should be considered. At the end of the day, though, we all recognize that these companies are doing work to make a profit. We don't support that aspect of the denial.
And you noted that the vote was 7-1 to recommend denial, which means there were also 2 members absent since it's a 10-member commission.
I'm sorry, I believe the record was 6-1. I
6-1.
6
so
to 1, and there were
3 members absent.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Manriquez, who is the attorney on behalf of the applicant?
Chair Scott, Liz Walker.
Okay. Ms. Walker, please come forward and you will have 7 minutes to address the board. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to reserve time. Oh, sure. Reserve time for the RF engineer to speak. So I was going to go through about 3.5 minutes and then reserve. He's standing by.
It's fine.
Okay, thank you for allowing that. So I'll begin now. Good morning, Chair.
Why don't we wait just a second, because I know that Ms. Manriquez is passing out your documents, and then she needs to set the timer.
Okay.
Well, go ahead and set it for 7, and then whatever time she doesn't utilize, she can assign to her colleague.
And I'll indicate, you could pause now. So I'm gonna try not to speak really fast, but try to move through this quickly. So thank you. Okay, so good morning. My name is Liz Walker, Chair, Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I want to start by just letting you know what information we've provided to you, have in front of you. And again, I'll be reserving time for the T-Mobile RF engineer to speak. So you have a packet of information that has 3 sections. The first section is the vertical bridge portion of our deck, our presentation deck, which covers the application process, which you just heard about. The second section, or section, is the coverage objective and the engineering justification. And that has detailed information about T-Mobile's coverage gap. And Ben will explain, what the facility will do in providing service. It will provide service to over 2,000 additional residents. So it's an important site. It's an important coverage gap to close. So in the vertical bridge section, we go through and explain the project history and our consultation with staff. And in the end, we were able to submit an application that fully complied with the Pima County Code and was supported by staff. We made concessions, as they pointed out, regarding the height, the location on the property, and also limiting the parcel to a parcel no smaller than 3 acres, which weren't code-based concessions. They were just things we wanted to work collaboratively with staff to try to find the right site. Next in our presentation, we go through the alternative candidates that we looked at. And I want to address the Picture Rocks Fire Station. Ben will talk about that too, but that site will not close the coverage gap for T-Mobile. The site is very close to an existing T-Mobile site, and it's not close enough to the coverage objective to solve the coverage gap. And so even if you did put a site at that Picture Rocks Fire Station site, you would need a site where we're proposing the current site to close that gap. So I do want to address what I understood the Planning and Zoning Commission stated reasons for denial were. What I read was that they doubted the necessity of the site, and that's what Ben's going to address. He's going to speak to why the site is necessary for T-Mobile, and that it's a for-profit company with no public benefit. And so on slides 9 and 10, I go through the public benefit of the site, just to remind everybody. I think people know this, but wireless service enhances public safety. It improves access to emergency services, and so it's very important in an emergency situation. And specifically on this site, Vertical Bridge will work with first responders to locate emergency communications equipment at no cost. So they will accommodate co-location. So it will serve a public benefit in that respect. And then the other public benefits, in terms of convenience and how people use their wireless device, are just so many, and I'll list a few, but you can imagine, I could go on and on. If you use your phone to look up directions, to look up reviews, to apply for a job, to conduct business, to do banking, attend a class, or a telehealth appointment, all of these things that are accommodated by wireless service. You wouldn't be able to do them without wireless service. It's really endless. So I'd like to pause my time now and have Ben address the necessity of the site and how the facility height levels impact service levels. Thank you.
And Ben's last name is?
Shapiro, sorry.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Shapiro is participating telephonically?
Yes, he is.
Okay, Mr. Shapiro, you can proceed.
Yeah.
Do you want me to sit?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my name is Ben Shapiro. I've been a telecommunications engineer for T-Mobile for 26 years. And I've recently been tasked with designing radio facilities for underserved areas, specifically in Arizona rural areas, to enhance broadband speeds. The FCC currently defines broadband as 100 megabit per second, which in this situation will require a new site to fill a coverage gap, ideally within 2 kilometers of our station, our transmission station. So I don't know if you're looking at slide 7. Are you? Well, slide 7 through 14 detail our procedures in evaluating the site, the coverage expected, predicted modeling, and facilities or households that will be covered. I'm available for any questions.
Hold on one second.
So typically when we identify a need for a new ring, we identify an area within 2 kilometers to fill a coverage gap. And this is, we use vendors to release our search ring parameters and to talk to the community and reach out for a viable landlord, which in this case we found.
Had you concluded, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, I'm available for any questions.
All right. Ms. Walker, just want you to know, can you pause that? That I can give you an additional minute because Mr. Shapiro didn't use all of his time, and when we reset the clock when it was his turn, there was still an additional approximately 30 seconds. So if you have an additional minute if you want to make any summative comments.
Just a second. I want to look at my notes. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to add some more information after Ben spoke. But I do want to point out the difference in the new residents that will be covered by this site. By this new facility, there will be almost 2,000 new residents that will be impacted by the improved service. And then the difference between 110 feet and 85 feet represents a 39% reduction in the number of people served. All of these things that I'm telling you are in the booklet under the RF presentation. So if you want to add more color to that, you can look at that. And so we also looked at, what happens if you lower the site to 50 feet, and that ends up in a 53% reduction in the number of people served by the site. So it's really going to impact a lot of the community in some important ways. That's a minute.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Manriquez, who is the attorney for those opposing the application?
Chair Scott, that is Andrew Campanelli, and he is participating remotely.
Okay, Mr. Campanelli, if you can hear us, you can proceed, and you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, members of the board. My name is Andrew Campanelli. I am speaking on behalf of about 90 residents. I hope each of you have had an opportunity to review the memorandum and exhibits in opposition that I've submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission correctly recommended that this application should be denied simply because, number one, it would not only violate the requirements of your local zoning code, which are smart planning provisions, but it would inflict upon the nearby homes the precise types of adverse impacts your code was adopted to prevent. Moreover, this applicant, a site development company which doesn't provide any personal wireless services, has failed to provide a shred of probative evidence to establish, number one, the need for this tower, or number two, that anyone would derive any benefit whatsoever if this tower is built. Now, I pointed out the fact that according to T-Mobile's own website, it has no gaps in service at the precise location where this site development company wants to build it. And that map is attached as Exhibit D to my to the memorandum and exhibits that I've submitted to the board. However, Vertical Bridge is claiming, oh, that's just for marketing. Well, there's something else I submitted to the board, Exhibit E, and that is T-Mobile's actual current coverage map from the FCC. T-Mobile is required under federal law to provide data showing where it has coverage to the FCC. The map, attached as Exhibit E to my presentation, has been taken directly from the FCC's website, which shows T-Mobile's actual coverage, which shows that T-Mobile has no significant gaps in its personal wireless coverage at the precise location where Vertical Bridge wants to build its tower. This is why T-Mobile has not provided a shred of probative data. Ordinarily, when a local government has a smart planning provision, such as Pima County does, the applicant, a wireless company will come in and do drive tests and provide you with the actual drive test data. And let's say, look, in Pima County, to have reliable service, we need a minimum signal strength of minus 98 dBm. And so we did a drive test, and here's the actual data showing you where the signal strength drops below minus 98 dBm. If and only if you get that data, are you placed in a position to figure out, number one, if there's any need for this tower at all, and number two, granting an application to put it at the specific site and at the specific height is consistent with smart planning. Because as provided in your code, section 18-07-030, one of the goals is to minimize the number of towers you need to provide wireless coverage. And the way you do that is to strategically place them. Well, you can't figure out how to strategically place them unless SNAP gives you data which shows you, number one, the existence of gaps, number two, the locations of gaps, and number three, the boundaries. They haven't given you any of that stuff. And the reason is because as reflected in the FCC's own records, there are no significant gaps at the precise location where they want to build this tower. At the same time, this proposed tower will inflict, as supported by the evidence I've submitted to you, the precise types of adverse impacts you have adopted the code to prevent. It'll have a significant adverse impact on the aesthetics of the nearby homes. Now, federal judges have recognized as substantial evidence letters from homeowners detailing the adverse aesthetic impacts they'll suffer. I've submitted to the board as Exhibit A personalized letters from the residents explaining the adverse aesthetic impacts each of them will suffer. Federal judges rule they are in the best position to know and understand both the nature and the extent of the adverse aesthetic impacts, and these letters are substantial evidence. In similar vein, we've got letters from brokers' letters, which are professional letters from brokers who are not just familiar with real estate markets in general. They have an acute understanding of this specific real estate market, and they tell you if Test Tower goes where it's built, it's going to reduce the values of nearby homes, which is entirely inconsistent and, again, would violate the intent of your local code. So there's more than ample evidence to explain why this application should be denied, consistent with the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Now, their engineer didn't help them because the engineer who just spoke before you said that he was hired to enhance broadband speed. Broadband speed has nothing to do with the Telecommunications Act and has nothing to do with a gap in service. A gap in service is where there's a physical geographic gap where the signal strength is too low to maintain connections and wireless service. They've given you no evidence of that. Moreover, even if their desktop generated coverage maps had some basis, there was some data to back it up, which there isn't, they only show you coverage for 1 or 2 frequencies. The problem with that is T-Mobile provides its coverage on 12 frequencies. And if you look at the case that's referred to in my case, Flower Hill, to establish a gap in service, the applicant has to establish that the carrier at issue, their customers cannot use their phone to connect to a landline. So they have to show you gaps in services in all of the frequencies through which the carrier, not Vertical Bridge, the carrier, T-Mobile, enables its users to connect to a landline. They haven't given you any actual data for any of 12 frequencies. Vertical Bridge does not need this to remedy a gap. It's legally impossible because Vertical Bridge, as a site developer, does not provide any personal wireless services whatsoever. So it can't have a gap in service. It's claiming that the gap is T-Mobile's, but according to the FCC and T-Mobile, there's no gaps. So I respectfully submit that the Planning and Zoning Commission was correct in recommending denial. There is no evidence that anyone will derive any benefit, and that includes first responders and fire departments and police departments. There's no evidence in the record that whatever coverage they have has gaps, either in the fire department's coverage or the police department's coverage, that will be remedied by this tower. So there is no evidence which would place this board in a position to determine that, number one, putting it here would be consistent with the requirements of your code, or that anyone in Pima County or anyone else will derive any benefit whatsoever if this site developer is able to put this tower at a location where, according to the FCC, there's no gaps in service. So I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Campanelli. We're now going to go to in-person speakers, and I'm going to have to ask 3 of those 4 speakers to clarify if they're speaking in opposition, support, or if they're undecided because they did not note that when they filled out the request to speak. The first speaker is Cheryl Volpone. And Cheryl, are you speaking in opposition or support? Okay, please come forward and you'll have 3 minutes. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
You did.
Okay.
And probably the only person who has. Okay. Ready? Okay. So my name is Cheryl Volpone, and I live next door at 10550 West Massengale. I oppose this tower, and the first thing I want to say is half the tower would be over a quarry, 50 feet from the quarry, useless. And the rest is over the national park. It's over the Saguaro National Park, which is 2,000 feet away. There are no other areas. 100 letters were written to you. There are no new people. We're everybody. We're on between 3 and 8 acres, and we're everybody in the area. And all of them wrote you a letter saying they were opposed. I've lived there for 26 years, and for that time I worked on my land and I cleared 15,000 pounds of cholla by hand. I trimmed trees. I sealed my adobe. I love my home. I always I'm always outside with my dogs and my donkeys in the yard. I had the pleasure of experiencing 20-plus years with the thriving nest, the Harris Hawks, and trees on my property. All of this faces toward the tower. I will be facing it all the time. My property line is 150 feet away from this site. Most folks sit on the north side of their properties because of the shade, and the scorching sun is on the south. My Arizona room, which we are constantly in, is also facing that site. I plan to retire in this home, and I could not bear to live with this in my constant view. I do have a disability, and I have approval to work from home. While working there, I'll be looking out the window at this monstrosity. It will block my scenic view of National Park and Panther Peak. This is my forever home. All the outdoor barbecues are enjoyed because of the rural natural connection with wildlife. I will never be able to look at the view and enjoy that beauty again, and this is heartbreaking. I sit with my donkeys and we commune with the surroundings, the sky, the mountains. The desert trees are quite low, and we will constantly be in the distressing sight of the tower. It will be visible from inside my house, from my barn, and all the outside spaces, and it will destroy and block my view anywhere on my property. At 80 feet, it will destroy the ability to follow the code 1807030, which is to maintain and preserve the existing unique attributes of the community, the landscape, and the scenic view. To preserve the property value, we need to protect this aesthetic view. We live here on purpose, to see a bobcat cross your land, to grow vegetables, to hike the mountains, and to offer and take photos of the sunrise. I know Pima County cares about the aesthetic quality and character being completely destroyed. And I am asking you to consider if this was your home, because it is ours. Sorry. And we all want you to protect our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Volpe. Okay, our next speaker is Peter Nath. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Close enough.
Okay. And Mr. Nath, are you speaking in opposition or support?
Opposition.
Okay, please come forward.
Little low. Thank you. Okay. My name is Peter Hanath, and I am against the cell phone tower being proposed at 10510 West Massaguell. The area in question is rural residential. County Code 18.14.010 states this zone is intended to allow commercial development only when appropriate and necessary to serve the needs of the rural area. You have over 90 letters from residents of this area that are against it. That is pretty much everyone that lives here. As long as there is service, every carrier does not need to be represented. The proposed location is 0.4 of a mile from the border of Saguaro National Park, well within the 1 mile buffer overlay zone that has been set up by the county in County Code 18.67.010. Nowhere in any of the documents submitted to the board did they mention that the project is in the buffer zone. They are lying to you by omission. They're trying to pull a wool over your eyes. This was designated, and I quote, to preserve, protect, and enhance the aesthetic views of the public preserve. I moved here 25 years ago because I love the views of the park and the wildlife in the area. Now they want to build an 8-story tall tower that will ruin the view of the national park forever. This project will affect every homeowner. Secondly, according to Pima County Code 18.67.030H, towers are required to mimic surrounding native vegetation, such as monopalms, monopines, and saguaro cactus, not to exceed 40 feet in height in rural and residential areas. A further note, monopalms and monopines are not permitted in buffer overlay zones. Vertical Bridge's response to this, to the zoning board, was to propose an 80-foot mono-eucalyptus. I don't think they have a grasp on what code compliance means and are trying to sidestep the rules. The code was written, and I quote, to minimize adverse impact on visual sensitive areas such as skylines, unique vegetation, and mountain backdrops, to encourage location of communication towers in business and industrial areas, and maintain and preserve unique attributes to the communities. We, the constituents of Pima County, want the county codes to be enforced, not ignored. Don't be bullied on this. The bottom line is this. Vertical Bridge is doing business out of Boca Raton, Florida. Christine Tucker and Clearview Services are out of Phoenix. Neither one gives a crap what our Tucson community wants or needs. Jim Portner has his own land development consulting business, which to me is a clear conflict of interest. They're here for one reason, to make money. They have lied in their response to the zoning board and to the community in order to push this project through. Allowing them to continue would set a dangerous precedent for future development around Saguaro National Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanath. Our next speaker is Ryan Liphart. Opposed. Okay, thank you, Mr. Liphart. So Mr. Liphart is also speaking in opposition, and you will also have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Before I read what I wrote last night, just so everybody's clear, this 8 acres is a very long, skinny 8 acres. The tower's proposal is in the back, and there's houses directly very close to each side. I don't know if anybody mentioned that. So I strongly oppose and protest this tower being proposed for 10510 West Massengale. My wife and our 5 kids have lived right next to this proposed site for 9 years with our horses, dogs, chickens, and goats. The neighbors and us have a beautiful view of Panther Peak, and it's very quiet and peaceful back where we are. We love our wildlife and the beauty it brings to the community, especially the Harris hawks, which live very close to this proposed site, and they will be in danger from this tower. My home is directly under this proposed monstrosity, only 75 feet to be exact. It would be towering over us. While I'm outside working for myself, I do welding projects, taking care of my animals, raising horses, and my wife is inside working on the computer. I'm the closest one to this site. Pima County Code 18.07.020 states that it must be on a county-maintained road. The only access to this proposed site is down a road called Lydia, then Massengale, and then finally an easement called Roxy. All of these are not county-maintained roads, and the final road, Roxy, is not a road at all. First of all, it's just a very small, thin easement, only meant for the 4 houses at the end of it, and it's impassable. And second of all, it's a wash. It's an actual wash. You drive down to get to our homes, and it floods every time it rains. That's one of the reasons all my vehicles are 4-wheel drive, just so you know. We have attached videos of Roxy Road as it floods. The Cal Portland quarry is 50 feet away from this proposed 8-story tower, and the quarry is an active mine site which blasts with explosives regularly, causing loud booms and shakes our homes. The neighbors and I all have cracks in either our foundation, drywall, or both. Photos have been included for you. We believe the foundation for this 80-foot tower would definitely be compromised due to its location, not only because of the mine site right next to it, but the proposed site is a flood zone and the wash runs right into it. The entire area is all sand and becomes flooded during the monsoons. In closing, my family would be right under this 80-foot tower. My property value would go down, and all of the surrounding neighbors are opposed to it. We are right next to the Saguaro National Park, which is a buffer zone. We are 0.4 of a mile away from the park, and that's another county violation. There is no reason for this tower. There is no gap in service. We have a right to enforce the Pima County codes that are being broken, especially as, again, it is in the buffer zone, and there are no county-maintained roads to get to this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liphart. Okay, the last speaker card I have is from Samantha Wheeler, and Ms. Wheeler did indicate that she is speaking in opposition. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, thank you. Hi there, good morning. My name is Samantha Wheeler, and I'm the homeowner at 7590 North Lydia Avenue, here in Picture Rocks in District 3. I'm speaking to you today, as you said, in opposition of this tower installation. My home is less than 1,000 feet from the proposed installation. I'm a single mother of twin teenage daughters who live with me full time. I also have my senior mother who lives with me. I'm a retail district manager and manage music stores here in Arizona as well as Colorado. So I do travel all over the state and out of state, but I am lucky and privileged to be able to work from home at least half my week. And I can tell you, I don't have a gap in service. I have excellent wireless services. December 1st, 2022. It was the happiest day of my life. It was the day I became a homeowner. When moving to Arizona, I could have moved to any city, any county in the state, but I chose the Picture Rocks community for its breathtaking landscapes, rural charm, and the incredible wildlife around us. Our community is so special. We wake up to stunning sunrises, look out at Panther Peak, enjoy the peaceful beauty of the Saguaro National Park, and end our days with gorgeous sunsets. But all of that and more is at risk if this tower is approved. An 8 to 10 story structure will completely disrupt these views, It will be an eyesore in the middle of what makes our community so unique. But beyond just the views, approving this tower will undermine the investment that homeowners, including myself and many longtime residents, have made and create real financial consequences for us. Some of my neighbors have lived here for over 20 years, and we all share the same concern: a potential 20% decrease in property value and significant difficulties selling our home if we had to due to the tower's presence. 3 local real estate professionals did provide statements confirming these concerns, and those were included in the exhibit documents. So what that means for myself, for my neighbors, we could lose a significant portion of the home's value and face struggles if we tried to sell our home. If that happens, who's going to compensate us for that? More importantly, approving the tower would go against Pima County's own codes. The county's rules are clear, and we support them. Development should maintain and preserve the unique character of rural neighborhoods and protect property values. This tower does the exact opposite. If you cave and you approve this tower, even if in fear of retaliation from a business, what you're telling every homeowner here today is that corporate profits matter more than your constituents who actually live in this community. And not only that, but you're setting a precedent to all other businesses that it's okay to break county codes for their profits. So today I ask you, please listen to the residents who call this land our home, the residents who support your codes, our county's codes, and we don't want to be negatively impacted by this tower. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Okay, I have no other speaker cards. So at this point, I will ask, what is the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Allen.
Let's see. We'll see if I get this right. I make a motion to close the hearing. And I move to, let's see, this between, and I move to vote, no, I'm sorry.
So Supervisor Allen, your motion is to close the public hearing and to affirm the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to deny?
Indeed it is.
I'll second.
All right. Moved and seconded, and now we will have discussions and questions with board members, and I'll go first to Supervisor Allen.
So I have a few questions. A number of folks have brought up a concern around conflict of interest. And I particularly with Mr. Jim Portner, and I would like staff to kind of explain that relationship and sort of respond to that allegation.
Mr. I'm sorry, Ms. Lesher, who would you like to, Mr. DeBonis, who would you like to designate to answer that, unless you want to answer it yourself?
Chair Scott, I'll go ahead and answer that. Appreciate that question. So Mr. Portner is a professional land use consultant. There's plenty of evidence to support that. And so Pima County contracts with Mr. Portner and others to serve as Pima County hearing administrators or Pima County hearing officers is another role that we have. And we seek specifically individuals who do have experience and knowledge in land use activities. So this item is a perfect example of a very complex land use related request. Mr. Portner has always conducted himself in that role as a Pima County hearing administrator with integrity. If there were an instance where he had a direct interest in the application for a land use action, he would disclose that to Pima County. We have other individuals who that we can then assign those cases to who would similarly have land use professional experience and activity. So hopefully that addresses your question.
I also am interested in understanding a little bit more about how this particular location is indeed the least intrusive of the locations, and there is a list, right, of the locations that were considered some of which it looked like there was, attempts were made, multiple attempts were made, some of which looked like there were not that many attempts made. How did this one end up being the least intrusive?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen, I'm going to turn to Chris Poirier, our planning official.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, certainly compared to the last request to fill the same gap for the same provider, it is in our opinion, staff and the hearing administrator, that this is much less intrusive. However, to answer your question about what work was done to look at other locations, there is information in the record, but it may behoove the board to reopen the public hearing and then let the applicant address the board about the efforts they made or didn't make regarding choosing the location.
Let me ask Supervisor Allen if your question is likely to be answered in greater detail if we took the advice of staff.
Yes.
Okay. So could you, if you would make that motion to reopen the public hearing and allow the applicant to address the issues that staff mentioned?
So I would like to make the motion to reopen the hearing to allow the petitioner and others to answer questions.
Okay, I will second that. Any discussion on that motion?
Supervisor or Chair Scott, I do think that it would be helpful if any of us, because I have a couple too, have any questions regarding the processes or distance, that kind of thing, that we try to put those, direct those for this time so we don't have to do this again, because I might have other questions if we decide to close it.
I appreciate that suggestion, Supervisor Grijalva. So let's first vote on the motion, and then we'll lay out the parameters for the applicant. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. And we have a thumbs up from Supervisor Hines. So by vote of 5-0, we're reopening the public hearing to hear questions from supervisors to the applicant, and I will ask that the applicant only address the questions directly from supervisors, not to revisit any, for example, any comments made by Mr. Campanelli.
Mr. Chair, just real briefly, if we have...
Is your mic on, Supervisor?
If we have other questions that don't pertain to the applicant, how do we proceed in that? Do we have to open up another?
I don't think so, Supervisor. We've reopened the public hearing, so if there are other people that you wanted to question during that time, that would be fine.
Okay.
Yes, and anybody, including the other attorney, if he's still on the line.
Thank you.
You bet. All right, Supervisor Allen, did you want to readdress your question to the applicant?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm interested in understanding how it is that this site, this location, is indeed the least intrusive. Period.
Okay, Ms. Walker. And Ms. Walker, are you going to address the questions from the board on behalf of the applicant, or do you have any intention of calling on Mr. Shapiro?
To the extent I can.
Okay.
If there are related, it would be better to talk to Ben, but I can answer your question,
okay.
Supervisor Allen. So the analysis begins with the least intrusive candidate that is a viable candidate. So when you're looking at what is the least intrusive site to fill a coverage gap, which you're talking about that federal standard, right? So it has to be a viable candidate first and foremost to be ranked among the candidates. So the candidates that were explored and evaluated, none of those were viable. And part of what's in the materials I gave you is to be viable, you have to be leasable, zonable, buildable, and it has to work to close the coverage gap. So the pool of viable candidates came down to the one that was submitted before but wasn't viable because it wasn't zonable. But this one is the only viable candidate out of those that we looked at. So the purpose of the information that I gave you with the circle and all the parcels, and then the list of properties that were evaluated, that's to show that we made great efforts to contact many different properties to try to find, the appropriate site. Does that answer the question?
Well, so is a lack of response, so intrusive, so if there's a lack of response, then that what am I trying to ask? Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay, can I just add to what your question though too, is letters were sent, phone calls were made to try to reach out to the extent we could get that information. The other important part is a lot of these parcels are all in the same area. So I have a feeling, for many of the parcels that we contacted, we'd be here having, this dialogue with the neighbors for many of those properties, even if they were, even if you did have a landlord that said, yes, come and put this site on my property. So they're all in that narrow area. And Ben Shapiro's testimony was really about, the coverage down to a narrow spot is where he needs the site to provide service in that area.
One more.
Supervisor Allen, you had another question?
I do. So it's around the conflicting maps around gaps in coverage, because T-Mobile's map shows that there is 5G ultra coverage in that area, all across the area. But the maps that are provided in the proposal show that there is just a big gap right in there. So how are we to interpret this conflicting information?
Thank you for asking about that. That was addressed in our response to the legal brief, and it was long, so I apologize if it was in there. But so the T-Mobile map that has been referred to it's for marketing purposes, but it also shows exterior coverage, outdoor coverage. It doesn't represent what the coverage somebody's going to get when they're in their house, and that's the goal, and that's what the coverage gap is. And also the FCC. We're not comparing apples to apples when you're talking about the national marketing map showing service in a general area. The maps that Ben has they're more on a granular level, and they're very specific. So while there might be a certain level of coverage in an area, it doesn't represent the indoor coverage that they're trying to achieve by this site.
And then one,
please,
for me. Okay.
Kind of going back to the question around the sort of least intrusive. Can you explain why the federal land in the area was not considered viable?
So that wasn't in the search ring that was of the alternatives that we could look at. So what happens is the RF engineer gives you a search ring, and he says, your site needs to be in here and to provide service to this area. I think it's about 2 kilometers an area where it can't be farther away. So there's also other sites in the area, and so they have to strategically locate the site so it's not overlapping with other sites. And so that area wasn't viable to provide service to this area.
Any other questions, Supervisor Allen?
Okay, right.
Okay. Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the coverage, we've heard several of the speakers say that their coverage is just fine, their service is just fine. There's no need to bring this new cell tower in because, as far as they're concerned, they're being served adequately with what they have. How do you respond to that?
So thank you for asking that. One thing I would ask is what service they're using. So if one carrier has service, the other carrier may not have service in that area, and they would still have a coverage gap. And that's really important because that's addressed under the Telecommunications Act, because they want to provide for all carriers to have the same amount of service in an area so that you're having competitive services, right? So they're not giving one carrier a monopoly. So my first question to somebody saying, hey, my service is fine, would be, well, do you have T-Mobile service or are you using another carrier? That's one question. And I can hear people behind me, so they're probably saying, I have T-Mobile. And so service levels can also vary. And this might be a question for Ben on, why somebody is saying they have service. But this service that they're trying to provide to this area is for indoor. And so the service levels might vary with people doing the number of users on the phone, but they're trying to provide robust indoor service for this area for T-Mobile.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
So 2 questions real quick. Are there residents out there that are getting no service whatsoever? And B, it seems to me that what you're trying to do is, even though folks have a certain level of service, you're trying to provide a competition or a competitive environment where there are other services that are available. Out of all the residents that live out there, how many of them have expressed that they're satisfied with what they have and they don't need any more competition?
Well, let's see, I'm trying to unpack that. So in terms of trying to have levels of service in line with other companies, that's what the Telecom Act is for. So that's to have carriers everybody have an opportunity to provide service in an area so that it's competitive service. And then your other question was if...
Are there residents in that area that have no service?
So they might be able to make a phone call outside their house service, but to be doing, being on their phone, if there is more people on their phone, if there's an emergency, the levels of service have to be high enough to accommodate that. And that's what T-Mobile's trying to achieve. So it's not just if somebody's outside their house and can make a phone call, but it's to have reliable service so that if there's an emergency and a lot of people are on their phone, or just more people move into the area as the population grows, that puts a demand on the network. So it's anything that's going to affect the network. The engineers decide, here's what the level of service. And also, it's also subject to a federal mandate to have a certain level of service. And that's another motivation of T-Mobile. And it's not really, it doesn't really make sense that these companies would come together to try to put a site here without needing the service. I mean, it just does kind of defies logic.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you, Chair Scott. What efforts were made to co-locate with current cell towers?
So if there was a existing tower that would meet the coverage objective, that would have been T-Mobile's first choice. That would have been faster to provide the service, but there wasn't anything in the area that would allow that would work to co-locate. There wasn't an existing site in the area that would meet the coverage objective. So co-location was an option. This will be a co-locatable site, though. Other carriers can co-locate it.
But it is each carrier's discretion whether they do that or not. Is that correct?
In terms of co-locating?
Yeah. So if there was a Verizon tower nearby,
I see what you're saying.
They can decide whether to allow you to or not. So the argument that this could be a co-located site is at the discretion of T-Mobile, right?
Well, Carriers, we co-locate on each other's towers all the time. So it's, I guess I would be comfortable saying it's just industry standard. So if there was a tower there, like I said, from a T-Mobile business perspective, it would be quicker and easier to get that site on air if there was an existing site that would work. That would be the first thing they would do. And that's what, as like Christine is the representative who was the site acquisition consultant, that's the first thing I'm sure she did when she was looking for a site is there anywhere we could go and get this done quickly and co-locate on an existing site?
And how close is the proposed cell tower to Saguaro National Park?
I don't have that information.
The staff, Commissioner Lesher? You were told it's...
Excuse me. Thank you. Vice Chair Grijalva, I think staff is looking through notes. Give us 1 second to see if
okay.
The response to that.
I think it was it 4/10 of a mile?
Chairman Scott, about a half of a mile.
4/10 of a mile. So what we've been trying to do in acquiring open space is to create a greater buffer around our national parks and preserved areas. And so this, that was a question I had there. And then the argument of the proximity, because it's on Picture Rocks Road. So some of these pictures, do you have any pictures of, what do you call it, the mono eucalyptus tree? Do you have any pictures of that closer to Lydia or closer to some of our speakers that are within like 150 feet? Because I did see some that look a little further away, looking northwest on Palestone Place and northeast on Massengale.
So what we tried to do in our initial application, we had provided some photo simulations that were really from closer views. And with this round, we have a map here that lists all the numbers of the views that we took, just as more views around the community.
Do you have a close-up picture of what this looks like? Because what I see is there aren't any eucalyptus out there. So
I do in the original application, okay. I think, if I can grab that if you want.
If staff can send that to me, I didn't see one. I just want to, I've seen them I've seen them in different places, Colorado, stuff like that, where like, it looks like a pine tree. Well, there's usually a dense population of trees, and so that makes it a little easier to sort of, it doesn't look as artificial as I think this one might. I think those were the questions I had.
Okay,
for you.
Understand. Thank you.
Supervisor Hines, did you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott. One that comes to mind, what efforts, if any, but what efforts were made to explore like federal or maybe state trust land parcels by the applicant?
So the majority of the parcels, can you hear me? Sorry. In the search ring, there weren't any areas in the search ring that were federal or trust lands. Is that, yep. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the search ring is where we are charged with looking to put a site from the engineer saying, here's where the site needs to be to close the coverage gap when I refer to the search ring. So.
Any other comments or questions, Supervisor Hines? Okay.
Mr. Chair Scott?
Supervisor Allen.
So I was just looking again at the sites that were considered. Option number 19, the 468 acres, it says no reply.
Okay.
I believe in a different, maybe in the your memo and a different exhibit, I've seen that the owner is the U.S. government.
Let me check with Christine because she's site advocacy. Okay.
Okay.
So on number 19, Christine was speaking with them about possibly putting a site there, and it wasn't leasable, so they couldn't come to terms on a lease.
The federal government wouldn't?
It's a state, right?
It's state trust land? Yes. And they just said no, that they won't?
I think it was lease terms.
And there is none of these 21 properties that were considered are federal government land?
The other, yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Supervisor Christie?
Not to the plaintiff's attorney.
Please, go ahead, sir.
This is directed at staff. We heard several speakers today speak quite with authority and certainty that the placement of this cell tower is in direct and irrefutable conflict with Pima County codes, that this placement is in violation of the codes and is directly contrary to the codes, and they're not being enforced or not being followed, and that their concern is if you're going to have these codes, they need to be enforced. And again, with great certainty, they're saying that they are not being met and they are not being enforced. What's the county's position on those alleged code violations?
Administrator Lesher, Mr. DeBonis? Oh, Mr. Poirier?
Chairman Scott, Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Christie. No, we don't agree. We believe if approved, this isn't going to meet code. The same code outlines this process that we're all involved in. So the code requires they go through public hearings at which the neighbors were all notified, participated at P&Z, and are participating today. There was mention of the buffer overlay zone as if that was some type of a conflict. It's not. The buffer overlay zone will allow for a cell tower. They're in no way prohibited. In fact, under the code, under buffer overlay zone, it even reads allowed uses. All uses of the underlying zone are allowed in the buffer overlay zone. That would include all uses that include conditional uses. So we don't agree. Some of the verbiage of our code and our goals and our purpose statement, like Mr. Drzgowski got on the record earlier, is somewhat subjective. You know, part of it tries to drive applicants to co-locate when feasible. Part of it tries to drive an applicant to minimize effects on view sheds. Those are somewhat subjective, but we don't think this is directly in conflict to the code.
Mr. Chair, so you can say with authority, comfort, and security, and with great belief, that there are no codes being violated in the placement of this location of the cell tower.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Any other questions or comments from supervisors? I had a question. Ms. Walker, Mr. Campanelli noted in his presentation that looking at the T-Mobile maps that are available for public perusal, that there is no gaps in service, and that broadband gaps are not indicative of the gaps in service that should be considered. I just wanted to ask, and if you need to defer to Mr. Shapiro, I'll certainly understand, but how would you address that assertion that was made both by Mr. Campanelli and also by some of the other speakers?
Let me make sure I understand your question. So he was saying, he was referring to the maps that weren't showing a gap in service, the national maps.
He was saying that T-Mobile's own data indicates there really is no gap in service.
So, and the national map has a disclaimer on it. If you look at it, it's to show outdoor coverage only, and it's also a higher level. So it doesn't get down to the level of, you know, this gap in this community. And so the purpose of it is to show an overlay of outdoor coverage. And that's the same issue with the FCC, the information provided to the FCC. That's for like voice, what they call low band coverage. It's not at the level that we're seeking to remedy here. And it also doesn't show the level of detail in this area, in this small area that we're trying to cover.
Thank you. And I did, Mr. DeBonis, you mentioned that Mr. Portner is here, and I did have a question for you, Mr. Portner, if you were able to come forward, please.
Chairman, I'm able. Good morning.
Thank you. If you could just state your name and for the record and your role in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jim Portner, serving as Pima County Hearing Administrator in this particular case.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Portner. I think it was Mr. Poirier who said that your recommendation for approval is made before any kind of public input is offered. Was that you who said that, Mr. Poirier?
Chairman Scott, that's correct. Looking at the timing of the process, that's correct.
So I just wanted to ask Mr. Portner, based on either what you heard at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing or this hearing today, if any of the public input heard, especially from neighbors in close proximity, had any effect on the recommendation that you made or the analysis that you did?
A very fair question, Mr. Chairman. May I speak plainly?
Please.
Thank you. I would imagine, did I consider ahead of time that there would be opposition to this one? Absolutely. Did I anticipate that at some point we'd have a room full of neighbors being in opposition to this? Absolutely I did, because of the area that we're in. It's a very challenging area. Yes, I did not have any specific public input just because of when the notices go out by the time I have to prepare my report for public consumption. So no, I didn't have any of that in front of me, but I did anticipate a high level of opposition, just given the area that we're in, because it's a very challenging area. The more rural that we are, that more we do tend to have this high level of opposition to these types of towers, especially ones that are this tall. If I can just boil it down, you've heard so much information thrown at you. It's very hard to distill it all down to some things that are more fundamental. My quick answer to your question is, did it change hearing anything today? My recommendation, I would say the quick answer is no. May I elaborate?
Yes, please.
Okay. I will elaborate simply to let you know that in all of these matters, we try to boil it down to the essentials. We have high expectations per our code in terms of what we demand from the applicant's submittal package. We have criteria and standards for what we want to see from them. Out of fundamental fairness of process, it is essential that we're very consistent with how we treat all applicants. The many, many ones we've had in the past, we've been doing this now for cell towers, I think almost 30 years. 30 years worth of applications. We've learned a lot over that time, but again, trying to be consistent out of a fundamental aspect of fairness. In evaluating this particular application, I can tell you it's the best application that's ever come before me for a Type 3 application in terms of its thoroughness, its completeness, its comprehensive nature, and its consideration. And what I mean by consideration is dealing in this very difficult site, because you could take any of the 21 sites they looked at, and I guarantee you if they came in with an application for that one, you'd have this same level of public opposition. In the end, I think they did pick the best, least impactful site in an area that's going to be impacted no matter what. I would assert that they did pick the least impactful site. If you look at the search area, it's not right in the middle of it. It's more on the fringe. And frankly, they pushed it up against one of our Tucson metropolitan, Pima County area's biggest eyesores. in the quarry that's there for the Portland Cement Company. So yes, there's still a lot of folks that feel they're going to have negative aesthetic impact, but I would have to say that this particular view shed is already fairly compromised. So given the quality of what was in this package, given the due diligence I think they've put forward, given their level of working with staff for what, could you clarify, almost 3 years?
About two to three, correct.
2 years. I think they've made a very substantial good faith effort here. So all things considered, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my recommendation was for approval. It remains my recommendation today, notwithstanding and with all due respect to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Portner. And since I posed that question to you, I just wanted to see if any of my colleagues had questions for you while you're up here.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Allen.
Thank you.
Supervisor Allen, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm wondering if you could address some of the concerns that residents have expressed around the instability that the tower will face because of its location next to the quarry from blasting.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Allen, I'm not a structural engineer, but I do know that from our experience in reviewing not only this, but many past applications, these things are designed to withstand atom bomb type impacts. I mean, not only the foundations, but the towers themselves are so over-engineered, it's almost absurd, but that's the standards to which they're held at both the federal and local building codes level. So they know full well what they're dealing with in terms of environmental factors. Those would be taken into account and reviewed by our building codes people to ensure that those are all satisfied, more than satisfied.
Mr. Chair, if I may have one
Please.
more question. So there, in reading the documents, I got sort of kind of conflicting language around whether or not filling a gap in coverage is that providers are required to fill gap in coverage, or if it is sort of optional. Is it mandated, or is there something?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Allen, you're going to have opinions all over the place on this issue. Mr. Campanelli has his. I'm sure T-Mobile has theirs. Our position from Pima County standpoint is trying to look at the burgeoning, emerging technology that keeps getting more and more robust. When we first started, it was 2G. Now, then 3G, then 4G. Now everybody's got to have 5G, and it's got to be not just telephone service, it's data. That's what's driving it these days. It's data. And it's not just data coverage outdoors, it's data coverage in the furthest room inside your home, and it's got to be robust. So this idea of gap seems to be evolving over time to where now if you only have 2G and we're up to 5G, that's gap. You might have telephone coverage, but you still need all the data coverage because all the emergency services and everyone, all the users, they're not just relying these days on telephone calls. It's data. So our position is you have to keep up with the technology. And if we're at 5G now and they don't have good 5G coverage, then our evaluation has been that you have a gap. Okay.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
Chair Scott.
So I'm sorry. I thought I just saw Supervisor Hines raise his hand. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Just real quickly, this might be not directed correctly, but I just, for the purposes of this public discussion, want everybody to understand that our board could possibly be preempted by the federal government if we do move ahead and this motion passes for a denial. It could be reversed, and I think it's important for the folks that are neighbors in the area to know that this might not be the final, the final say. That's all.
Supervisor Hines, thank you. Just wanted to ask our counsel, Mr. Brown, if you could elaborate on the point that Supervisor Hines just made about what if there's the potential of any intervention by a federal agency.
Yeah, Chair, without getting too detailed, I think there may be administrative actions that can be taken beyond what this board does.
All right. Thank you very much. Supervisor Grijalva.
I just wanted to go ahead and, if there isn't any other questions, move to close the public hearing and move towards the vote or other board discussion amongst us, but that we don't have to ask any more questions.
Mr. Chairman, you're done with me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Thank you very
and
much.
by the way, I agree with Mr. DeBonis's assessment that you've always handled your responsibility as a hearing administrator with integrity. Thank you. All right, and I will second Supervisor Grijalva's motion to close the public hearing again and take up the original motion to deny. All those in favor of that motion indicate.
Can I make a statement really quickly? I just wanted to say that I think that a lot has been mentioned about what the role of the Board of Supervisors is in cases like this. And I think it is our responsibility to speak for Pima County residents, for all of Pima County residents, whether it is in my district or any other district. And we've heard from an overwhelming number of people that are opposed to this cell tower. I've looked at the pictures. I do agree that it is going to significantly change the landscape for the residents there, that the views to Panther Peak and the proximity to Saguaro National Park are incredibly concerning to me. And, you know, there are other peaks, the Catalinas. I just feel like that is a huge impact. That is the main concern that I have with this tower and its proximity. I also want to say, we usually get a lot of letters, and I would like you to extend to your daughters, Ms. Wheeler, how impressed I was that both of them wrote some really articulate letters to the board, especially considering they're in high school, and they're like, I want to tell you that I don't need more cell service. That's very impressive. You guys are raising some really, really outstanding young people. So with that, I seconded the motion, and I would like to join the Planning and Zoning Commission in recommending denial of this project.
I just wanted to clarify with the clerk, and thank you, Supervisor Grijalva. Do we first need to vote on the motion to close the public hearing again?
Oh, we could.
Yes.
Okay, so let's first vote on that. All those in favor of closing the public hearing and taking up the original motion to deny indicate by saying aye or thumbs up.
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Now we will go back to the original motion, which was to affirm the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to deny the application. And Supervisor Grijalva shared some comments. I wanted to see if any of my colleagues have any summative comments that they would like to make. And just in the interest of him being participating remotely, I'll ask Supervisor Hines first. Any comments that you want to make before we move to what will be a roll call vote, by the way? Okay. Thank you, Supervisor. Anybody else on the dais? Supervisor Allen?
Mr. Chair. So I am always a big advocate for expanding access to internet and broadband for the value that it brings to education, to being able to work from home, and expanding economic opportunities for people around the district and around Pima County. And I think the quality of life that rural Pima County enjoys, the beauty of our views, the beauty of our desert, of our national parks, of our Tucson mountains, it is one of the things that makes our home so incredibly special and important. I think that the profound response from the community is speaks volumes about how beautiful this region is and the concerns about the visual impact of a cell tower in an area that is so well loved and in such great proximity to important land in our county and our community. And it's for that reason in support of my constituents. I am not in favor of the cell tower.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Christie? Okay. Then as the chair, I will share these comments. I think there has been conflicting testimony from both the applicant and those opposed to the applicant as to whether or not the decision to not erect this cell tower would result in gaps in coverage that would be a threat to public health and safety of T-Mobile users. Obviously, when you're in this position, you have to make some subjective judgments based on the evidence that's presented to you. I share Supervisor Allen's general concern about making sure that internet and in all of its levels is available to all users, but I've not heard any convincing evidence that there would be gaps that threaten public health and safety. What I have heard very directly and very eloquently is testimony from the people who are going to be in sight of this tower that would have an impact on the quality of life that they enjoy, and that in many cases motivated their decision to move into that area. And I also, as the chair of the board, want to compliment all of you for how you conducted yourself during this public hearing, and including having to wait while we conducted our executive session. So when we move to a roll call vote, I am going to join in opposition to the application. So let's move to a roll call vote. Ms. Manriquez.
This is for denial as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Supervisor Allen.
Agree with the denial.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Grijalva.
Yes.
Supervisor Hines. He indicated yes with a thumbs up. Chair Scott.
Yes. All right. The motion to deny the application is approved by a vote of 4-1. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yes. And we're going to take about a 5-minute recess to allow our guests who may want to leave, unless you want to stay for the rest of our meeting, to do so, and also to give board members a little break. Okay, we're going to reconvene with a much smaller audience. Hello. And we are going to go, and I appreciate staff's input so that we can let some other folks get on with their day, even if we're going to be stuck here. We're going to move to, on the regular agenda, item number 12. Development Services Final Plat with Assurances, and that is in District 5.
Which item are you on?
Item number 12, Supervisor.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye or thumbs up.
Aye.
Item number 12 is approved unanimously. Thank you so much for your patience. Okay, we're now going to move on to item number, on the regular agenda, items number 28 and 29, because we have some folks here who want to speak at the hearings. These are fireworks permits, and am I understanding, Ms. Manriquez, that these folks want to speak to both items?
Chair Scott, that's what they have indicated on the speaker card.
Okay, all
So
right.
you may want to take both items once you get to your motion together.
Okay, so if there's no objection by the board, we're going to hear both 28 and 29 at the same time. They are both fireworks permits. One of them is similar to permits we've had before from Caterpillar Incorporated in Green Valley, which is in District 4, and then also a permit from Tucson Country Club, which is also in District 4, correct, Supervisor? All right. Okay, so I'm going to call first Kenny Welty. Mr. Welty? I don't mind at all. Kendon Victor?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My first name is Kendon, Kendon. My last name is Victor. I do not know if it's appropriate at this time in the afternoon to DoorDash tacos for the entire room at this point. I know a lot of people have been moving on. Thank you so much for calling that quick break for us to stand. Thank you for letting me have some of your time, esteemed board members. I am here on behalf of several high schools and also organizations here in the Tucson area. I am the pyro planning specialist for Fireworks Productions of Arizona, and what I'd like to do before I speak about permit approval is issue an apology. I would like to apologize to the members of the community of District 1, and therefore also to you, Supervisor Scott, and to your office for an event that took place a year and a half ago, which created a very difficult position.
Can you pause just for a second? I just want to get some advice from Mr. Brown.
Okay.
We're considering permits for two specific fireworks displays, but Mr. Victor is getting into more general ground. Are we okay?
Chair, if the speaker's comments are related to these two fireworks permits, I think they're permitted. If they're not, then we should move on.
Okay. So, Mr. Victor, I just would ask that you direct your comments towards where we are today, which is with these two specific permits at the Country Club and at Caterpillar Incorporated. But I will tell you before we restart your time that there is going to be an item that my office is bringing forth at a meeting in March of a more general nature.
Okay. Then I'm not quite sure how to proceed. Basically, I've come to say that we are in support of the event that takes place at Tucson Country Club.
Okay.
They provide neighborhood notification. They are like many events that happen year-round for members of families and things like that. And what we're concerned is that the board is considering the idea of only approving fireworks for 2 days of the year, 4th of July and for New Year's Eve. They have approved fireworks displays at Tucson Country Club on all alternate dates before, and so we're here to ask that that would be the case again this year. Since you want me to not speak about anything else, is there any questions that I can answer for you?
I just would encourage you to stay tuned because, again, something dealing more generally with fireworks is coming forth from our office, but I do appreciate you being here today to speak to these two items.
Okay. So, on behalf of the people that I represent, including the high schools and everyone else, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. All right. Now did you want to speak, Mr. Welty?
I'll keep it short, though.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and the board, for hearing me. I have been here before because of the recent things that happened a year and a half ago. But what I wanted to do was at least ask and thank you for always approving Caterpillar and moving forward with Caterpillar. I just hope in the future with weddings like at Tucson Country Club that we can work towards keeping these shows going as opposed to the corporate shows that have caused the problems in the past. So I guess, can I ask a question as far as what's coming up in March? Is that something we can be a part of before it comes out?
I think it would be inappropriate for me to say anything in specifics until it's posted to an agenda.
Okay.
But I think it was okay for me to say, because I haven't heard my lawyer say it wasn't, for me to say that there is something pending. But in terms of getting into details, I would wait until that's posted to an agenda.
But then we can come in and speak
Absolutely.
to it and voice our concerns and
100%.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All righty. Thank you very much.
You bet. Okay, John, is it Lashley or Ashley? All right.
I'll be sort of brief. My name's John Lashley. I'm the sort of a licensee, I guess, of the fairgrounds. So I operate Tucson Speedway, the NASCAR track out there. So I saw that there is some discussion about limiting permits. Every year we get a permit from fireworks production. They run it through the board here. We get a permit to have a fireworks show. However, if you look at the calendar, things move. And so sometimes, it's 4th of July is on a Sunday. Sometimes it's on a Wednesday, Thursday, and such like that. So this year, for our event, it's going to be on June 28th. So if you're looking to limit fireworks for the 4th of July, I am here to say the 4th of July may not be the exact date to where the celebration will take place. Historically, of course, but as people move around and we have celebrations, the Cinco de Mayo.
Mr. Lashley, I apologize for interrupting, but based on what we heard earlier from council, if you could just address these two particular permits, which are at Caterpillar and the Tucson Country Club.
I guess I can. I guess I can't do that, but your poster over there says if it's general, you're more than welcome. That's
for call to the public, which we have at the beginnings of the meetings, but these are hearings for specific purposes.
Okay, then I could just say, please don't limit it to the 4th of July again, which moves around because the celebration ought to have a broad, under sequence. Nothing? Okay, I've said it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lashley. Now we have Christopher Kirk. Mr. Kirk?
I'm just going to withdraw as well. Same thing, just in support. So.
Okay.
I think we're misdirected on what we were supposed to sign. We didn't understand what we were told, why we came to speak. I apologize. We talked about why we came, what we wanted to speak to. They noted there was an agenda item. It sounds like we probably should have actually spoken in the call to the public section.
Most likely.
Rather than, so I think there was some communication at the door as to what we were supposed to do.
Okay.
So that's why we were at this
Well, I apologize if you got any misunderstanding as to when and what to speak to. It sounds like it probably would have been better for a general call to the public, but you got to see a really entertaining morning of deliberations, and I will tell you again, there will be something more general forthcoming. But let's
Supervisor.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair Scott.
Please.
It could be an option since these folks came down to reopen, call to the public, and let them have their piece since it was a mistake.
Well, I will entertain
So moved.
I will entertain a motion to that effect based on what we've heard from council from the board.
So moved.
I'll second reopening the call to the public.
Okay. All those in favor of reopening call to the public so that we could hear general comments from our guests who have been here for close to 4 hours.
Now, aren't they on the line for the taco?
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. So if there are any general comments, and did I have to recess the hearing to do that? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So if there are any general comments that you want to make, Mr. Victor, you're very eager. Go right ahead.
Just thank you for allowing me back up here. I'm grateful that the Board of Supervisors would
Thank
determine.
our attorney.
Well, well then, Mr. Brown, thank you so much, Attorney Brown. This is the point that I came to make. The issue that created the problem a year and a half ago, primarily La Paloma, was a result of a breakdown. Normally, there had been a notification to the neighborhood. In this case, what happened is out-of-state companies came in, the notification system broke down, and quite frankly, these companies provided fireworks displays that were too large, too loud, and without actually any concern for the community that surrounded it. They put them on primarily for themselves and as part of the convention. I'm addressing you today because we have a concern. Our concern is if the Board of Supervisors decide that fireworks will take place only twice a year on New Year's and on 4th of July, then what it's effectively done is it will break the tradition of schools like Sabino, Walden Grove, and Sarita to be able to continue fireworks on their graduation. It also puts you in the position of not being able to approve fireworks for weddings at Skyline or at proms for the high schools that take place there. It also prevents you from being able to approve fireworks for community events, such as at Lowe's and sometimes at La Paloma, or the corporate events that take place there. And it also puts you in the position of not being able to do member events like at Tucson Country Club or at 49er Country Club. So we get it. What happened was not good, and not everyone likes what we do for a living, okay? But we're here today to say, is it possible that we can go back and reset the clock back to the days when notifications were done properly? Both Lowe's, Tucson Country Club, both actually, all of Tucson Country Club, 49er, La Paloma, and who did I just leave out? I apologize. 49 Tucson Skyline Country Club, they do notifications to the neighborhood, to their HOAs, and let people know the fireworks are coming in advance. And so that seems to be the issue, that people were surprised, people didn't know this was going to happen, and so therefore it was a nuisance and a disturbance. If we can go back to the time where we still are doing at some of these places where notifications are done, then it seems to me that fireworks displays can take place any time of year because, as in the case of New Year's Eve and as in the case of 4th of July, the people of that community are expecting that they're going to take place. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for reopening. Now, are there any questions that I can answer for you about what we do?
We can't do that.
Oh, okay, good. All right. I was just trying to be
state law for call to the public.
I was just trying to be a helpful kind of guy. So thank you for your time.
Doing great. All right, Mr. Victor, thank you very much. Were there any other of our guests who wanted to take advantage of this general opportunity? Mr. Lashley.
Thank you for opening call to the public. When we came in, fill out this little card, we don't know what we're doing. Last time I was here was 2020, and we were dealing with the health department.
We all remember 2020.
Do you remember that? I do. Okay. So Tucson Speedway's been working with Pima County for 13 years now. And so we have fireworks permits every 4th of July with the fireworks production people. What we aren't allowed to do is shoot any, according to state law, you're not allowed to shoot aerial fireworks. So we were told in 2020, along with the health department, with their boot on our throat and everything, that we couldn't shoot the rockets, red glare. We went poof like this with like my neighbors do. And you can buy these consumer fireworks at stands all across Pima County and the state. That's what we would do. Rockets, red glare. We'd have somebody singing it, poof, up it would go. And then at the end of our racing, signifying the end of the night, poof, another one. So those were two little aerial displays that we would do. And we were told we couldn't do those anymore. So we stopped in 2020. Fast forward, 2025, maybe another chance. So I saw this notification that I got from Kendon. It's like, oh my God, they're going to shut down all fireworks. So I just wanted to say, like I did in my opening misguided statement, that sorry. But anyway, that the 4th does roll around. And this year, our 4th of July celebration will be on June 28th. So anyway, and we'll do as good as we can. And we will have fireworks with a permit. What I'd like to ask the board, and I know I need to have a board agenda item so you can vote on this, is if we could go back to the rockets, red glare, poof, and the end of the night, poof, with another aerial thing. We have 2 fire trucks from Mount Lemon. We have 8 people that take care of, and I'm done.
No. You still have a minute, sir. That's
Okay.
just like
And we have 8 people that take care of our grounds during the race. So we have lots of people. We've never, ever had a fire just because these are consumer fireworks. They aren't anything like the 4-inch gigantus ones that, that we pay for. So anyway, I will try and get something before the board at your pleasure that you could look at. We like to be patriotic, and we like to have these little sparklers go up in the air. And we've never, ever had a fire in, let's see, that was 8 years. And then we stopped for the last 5. So could I just...
You can give it to the clerk's staff. They'll make sure that board members get it.
Outside? Can I? Okay.
Ms. Manriquez will take it. Mr. Lashley.
These are just a little proposal, and I'll try and do something according to what I should be doing.
You're fine.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your patience. Thank you. All right. At this point, I am going to close the reopened call to the public. And did you have something else? Okay. All right. Then I won't close the reopened call to the public.
I don't have Well, hi, I haven't done this. This is cool. My name is Chris Clark. I'm the Director of Events and Marketing for 49er Country Club, or 49er. You've seen it once, probably. We do every year since 2017, we've done a Star Spangled Boom, as we call it. It's our fireworks display. We have just under about 500 homes just in the 49er community. 5 HOAs make that up. As they said, yeah, we do a really, really good job about notifying all of those people. Hey, we're shooting fireworks. It's a big staple part of our community that we do this. People are sitting on the golf course watching fireworks and all that kind of stuff. We do it in conjunction with live music from the high school. We do a whole thing of it. And of course, everyone's always impressed with fireworks. So that's kind of where, of course, anything that we hear that could possibly pose some sort of a threat to us not being able to do that, I'm here to show the support that we always do it in a super safe way. These guys are incredible, and they've done nothing but helped us out. So sounds like maybe be back in March. I don't know. We'll see. But that's all I have to say, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Now I'll close the reopened call to the public and ask my colleagues if they want to respond to a criticism or ask staff to look into any other matter. Supervisor Gerhol.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott. I just wanted publicly said that this board has not made a decision at all on fireworks in general, and that proposals that have come forward have been supported or not supported by individual supervisors that represent that district. And then sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't, but that there has not been a blanket proposal. If one is coming from Chair Scott, we have not seen it. And so I just want, and I do encourage those of you that have really strong opinions about this issue to reach out to individual board members, because you need to have a majority in order to move anything forward. And I think it's going to be an important discussion, because as a former school board member, I do know how important fireworks are to many of our schools in celebrations and weddings and all kinds of things. So I just wanted to publicly say that I'm not necessarily in favor of making wholesale changes to any of what we currently have available. And if there is an opportunity for us to discuss how we can enhance some of the services at different locations, I'm not opposed to that either.
And I appreciate Supervisor Grijalva's comments and agree with everything that she said. The board has never failed to approve any of the applications from high schools to celebrate graduation ceremonies. I believe we have always approved the 49ers celebration. I think there's been about 3 applications that we haven't approved. They've been in my district, and they have been as a result of neighbors of the surrounding resorts complaining to our office about the noise, effects on pets, so on and so forth. We had what we thought was a commitment from one of those resorts to no longer do shows for purely commercial purposes. Outside of the scopes of holidays or other such celebrations. They were doing them for conventions and conferences, and I felt that was really too much of a burden on my constituents in terms of what they were reporting to our office. I'm not going to preview anything that may come before the board at a subsequent meeting, except because it's not agendized, and I don't want to get in trouble with Mr. Brown. But I will tell you that it's not going to be any kind of wholesale prohibition that you all seem to be concerned about, justifiably, but that it will certainly address not just constituent concerns, but also concerns all of us have about wildfires and fireworks shows during drought conditions. But certainly had to go back to the hearings on these 2 items. I asked the clerk's office to look into the purpose for the country club show. It's in conjunction with a wedding. I'm sure country club members understand what's going to be happening based on the communication that you've had. And as you already indicated, we've always approved the Caterpillar shows because, as Supervisor Christie has pointed out, they are not in any kind of significantly populated area. So at this point, I would move to close both public hearings and approve the permits as applied for.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye, or in the case of Supervisor Hines, giving a thumbs up.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay. The items pass 3-2 with both Supervisors Allen and Hines opposed. All right. Thank you all very much. And gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Okay, so we will now move on to addendum item, and I know I'm hopscotching all over the place for members, so I apologize for that. But we're now going to move on to addendum item number 6, presentation of the Echo Northwest Comprehensive Market Study. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott and members of the board, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Sullivan, the Director of Community Workforce Development, who will introduce our folks from Echo Northwest today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan.
Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, I'd like to introduce Tyler Bump from Eco Northwest, who's going to give you a very compelling presentation on our status of our housing study. So looking forward to his presentation and available for any questions afterwards.
Thank you. Mr. Bump, thank you for your patience. I know you've been here for a while.
Chair Scott, Board, my name is Tyler Bump. I'm a partner project director at a consulting firm called Echo Northwest, and we are excited and privileged to be leading as a prime consultant this countywide housing study with your talented staff at CWD, as well as some of the administrative and policy staff that we've been working with along the way as well. So thanks for your time today. I'll also note that we have a number of other consultants on our project team, MIG, who's helping us out with some of the public engagement, Chris Nelson, who was formerly from the University of Arizona as a housing policy advisor, and Corky Poster from Poster Miro McDonald to help us think through some housing types and physical implications from a design perspective. Next slide, please. One of the things I want to start the presentation off today is why the county for a housing study. And housing markets are regional, and local decisions at a sort of local jurisdiction level oftentimes are made without that context of thinking about the countywide or regional perspective. And so it's really important to think about these sort of regional housing needs because regional housing markets are regional. Next slide, please. And then one more, and then a little of why this housing study and why now. Obviously, housing crisis for folks across the income spectrum, challenges with housing affordability, which really escalated starting in about 2019. A little bit about our project overview here. We are in the housing needs assessment portion of this, which I'm going to share some key results with you today. And then we've got a lot of work over the next few months, including sort of moving that on towards housing types and thinking more about strategies to address these housing needs. We're also going into more engagement. We've done a lot of engagement so far. We've had community open houses, workshops, one-on-one interviews and focus groups with some folks across the county, but we're moving into more of an engagement process in June and October as well, and then ending up with a final plan where we'll have some strategies that will be developed and co-created with folks as part of the engagement process, CWD staff, and other stakeholders as well. Next slide, please, and one more. So I'm going to share some key findings that sort of influence the housing needs that we're looking at. There's some charts on here. We are an economics-focused policy firm, so we use lots of charts in the work that we do. I want to highlight two things here. One is that the community is getting older in Pima County, and that's only going to increase over the next 20 years. In 2023, a much larger share of the population across Pima County in that 60-plus age cohort. I do a lot of work with AARP on livable communities nationwide. This is something that's happening across the country, and it's important to talk about in the context here of Pima County as well. The other thing that I'll note is household composition is changing. We're seeing a lot fewer households with children than we were 10, 20 years ago. And again, that's a national trend that's happening, but things that we're seeing happening in Pima County as well. Next slide, please. This chart shows housing production, housing permit activity on the left, and sort of where things were at a peak of 2005. You can see that recession, 2008 global financial crisis recession, and then ramping up to the 2021, 2022, 2023 timeline of about 5,800 units per year permitted. The majority of those units are coming in as detached single-family housing. Detached single-family housing is increasingly making up a larger share of the housing stock across the county. One of the things that we're finding is that the demand for housing is likely going to shift to other housing types as those household demographic shifts and household characteristic shifts as well. Next slide, please. And then a mention of the affordability challenges. Homeowner prices or homeownership prices have gone up. Median home sale prices have gone up about 60% since 2019. When we pulled this information, the median sales price was about $442,000 in Pima County. We also look at changes in house and home prices and rental prices relative to household income changes. So household incomes have not been increasing at the rate that homeownership or rental prices have. So that's one of the things we track as well. That ratio of housing price to household income has almost doubled and more than doubled in some cases across the county over the last 20 years, 23 years. Okay, two more slides, if you will, please, moving forward. So when we do this housing needs assessment, we look at three main components, and all of those demographics and trends that I just shared is sort of influencing the way that we think about these three main components, but we have three things that we're looking at. One is underproduction, housing that should have been created to meet demand but hasn't for some reason or another over the last 20 years. We're in a place of housing deficit, especially in communities across the Intermountain West. Pima County is no exception to that. We also look at housing for the homeless. So what portion of homelessness do we see across Pima County, and how do we think about homelessness in the context of overall housing need? And then we think about future needs. So that's really population growth through 2045, how to accommodate that future population growth from a housing perspective. So we pull all of that together for our overall housing need. And the big number, as we talk about, is a need for about 116,000 new housing units by 2045. And that, again, accounts for both current need, again, that underproduction in housing for the homeless, as well as that population forecast future need as well. The interesting thing about Pima County, which is very unique compared to other communities or regions that I work in across the Intermountain West, I'm doing this work in Southern Nevada with Clark County. I'm doing it with 58 jurisdictions in the Denver Regional Council of Governments, the Denver region. There is a lot more affordability currently today in Pima County in sort of middle income ranges. So in this 80 to 120% AMI category, which is why we're seeing a lot of the need in the lower income categories of 0 to 60% AMI or 120% AMI and above, which is traditionally market rate housing. One thing I want to mention when we say AMI, it's area median income. It's a standard or a threshold that's used for affordability that HUD uses. Area median income in Pima County for a family of 4 is about $89,000 for a family of 4. So this is a percent of that 100% area median income. So that's kind of 100% AMI for a family of 4. Again, the 0 to 60% AMI category is more of that sort of lower income, more affordable housing that's needed, and the 120% AMI and above is market rate. So when we get to that strategy conversation and engagement that we're having, it really is a both and conversation around how do we support capital A affordable housing, how do we think about attainable housing for workforce housing, middle income, and then how do we think about market rate housing at the upper income strategy or upper income as well. Next slide, please. One of the questions that we're getting is how much housing do we have needed that might require some level of intervention or subsidy or investment. And so I've broken this down by a 5-year need, 10-year need, and 20-year need. I just want to focus on the 5-year need, that it looks like there's a housing need that might need some level of support, whether that's regulatory policy support or financial support, of about 23,000 units over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. It's a little hard to read this slide on the screen here with the size of the text, but I just wanted to highlight that there is a housing need across all the communities in Pima County that we're looking at. We're doing this housing need allocation down to the local level, so all cities or census designated places and unincorporated portions of the county as well. There's a need for, again, housing across all income spectrums, all household incomes in all parts of the county. So that's one of the things that we're looking at. Real quick on next steps here. So we're moving into this target market analysis and really the engagement task, moving into that in June, like I said, and in October to do, we're doing a lot of road shows across the county, different parts of the county, having conversations with members of the community in your districts throughout the county, and looking forward to engage with you and your staff and the community as part of that process. So with that, I will open it up to questions and conversation.
Questions from supervisors? Supervisor Allen.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. This is, I look forward to kind of digging into it and looking at it more closely. One question I had is there was a slide a couple back that looked at the projections over time of the housing needs. Mm-hmm. How is that configured, right? I think it was the 60% of AMI, or maybe it was 80% of AMI. Mm-hmm. Sort of what are the factors that feed into that and the assumptions that show that increase over those intervals of time?
Yeah, so there's, to some extent, there's a sort of policy perspective that's looking at that, which is like we should address underproduction and housing needs sooner rather than later, because we need to address those needs today so that they don't get worse into the future. But what we are looking at is that combination of current needs, so 5-year housing need for 0 to 60% AMI accounts for underproduction in those 0 to 60% AMI categories, housing for the homeless, and then a 5-year projection allocation of the population projection for those 0 to 60% income categories. So what we're taking is the state's forecast, the Pima Association of Governments on the population forecast side, applying an age cohort model and looking at income distribution and how future households might look compared to today, and then trying to sort of model that from a income need in the future standpoint. We have a technical memo documentation that goes along with this work as well that's available that we can share with you that has some of those assumptions and some of those sort of decisions from an analytic standpoint that we've made.
And Mr. Chair,
please.
Another question. So on the chart that sort of broke down the needs according to locations for the different areas, I think cells, I had a quick glance. I'm not sure if this was right. Read was about a housing need of like 50. I saw 5. So I guess maybe my question is more around the degree to which the study looked at the housing needs of the entire Tohono Nation, or was it just focused on cells itself and not the rest of the nation?
So cells specifically, we've looked at. There's other portions of the county that are sort of looked at in terms of the unincorporated county portions of that. We are engaging with some of the tribal governments specifically to think about how those housing needs might apply to folks in the county that are sovereign nations that we don't want to plan for or think about sort of or apply our same assumptions in the same ways. So we are doing some sort of specific engagement to make sure that we're accounting for that in the right ways. But cells specifically is 55 units total needed through the 2045 that does have an income distribution breakdown that I could look into further if you'd like me to.
I guess my comment would just be to, I hope that the nations, both the Pascua Yaqui and the Tohono are reflected in the final comprehensive look at it.
Yeah, we want to be, it's a really good point, and we want to be really intentional about how we're engaging those folks as part of this needs process, and we're in the middle of that right now. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from supervisors? Supervisor
Chair Scott, and so you'll be reaching out to us to sort of have some input and feedback on the plan?
Yeah, so I might look to our CWD staff back here, but we are, once we get to that sort of strategy framework process, part of that will be co-created as part of the engagement process. Part of it will be engagement with other stakeholders, along with you all, but CWD staff will probably have more information about when and how we'll do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to ask, and you were referring on your last slide to the further work that your firm is going to be doing. Just wanted to ask Ms. Lesher or whoever she might want to designate to comment on upcoming roles for the Housing Commission in terms of making use of this study.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and I'm going to ask Mr. Sullivan and his staff to go through all of the involvement of the Housing Commission.
Thank you.
Chair Scott, members of the board, the Housing Commission was actually a part of selecting this group, and this information is going to be used moving forward to influence strategic thinking moving forward of where to build, how to prioritize the general fund support that comes from the board, and also the other priority that comes from the original recommendations of the dashboard that is going to be put up. So this is sort of a fundamental document for us that again, is really going to push our work forward in a data-informed way.
Mr. Sullivan, thank you. And just to follow up, I understand there's a small working group of the commission looking at not only those issues that you just outlined, but also something else that was an original charge for the commission, which is coming up with a regional strategy for increasing not just affordable housing, but workforce and market rate housing. And I know the jurisdictional representatives are also going to have significant input into that planning.
Chair Scott, member of the board, that's correct. There is a subgroup that's looking at strategic planning that has really good representation. And we have talked about having the municipalities talk about what they're doing. So it's not just one municipality. It's not just Pima County. It is a truly regional approach to affordable housing across the spectrum.
Thank you. And I neglected to, before I ask my questions, I wanted to ask Supervisor Hines, since you're participating remotely, if you had any questions or comments for either our guests or staff. All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Baum, thank you. I hope the morning was at least entertaining for you.
Learned a lot. Appreciate your time. Thank
Chair Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Gerhalden.
One other thing I'd like to say, when you mentioned the general fund funding, the gap funding, when we see those proposals, I want to see how we're leveraging that funding, because that amount is not significant. I mean, it's not going to make a significant dent into what we need in our community, but the goal of that was to leverage the dedication of that funding from this board in order to get more funding from either state, federal, other nonprofit foundations. And I just want to see how we're utilizing that when the proposals come forward. That would be very helpful. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it greatly. And thank you to Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Galligan, Ms. Blue as well. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. All right. We are, again, hopscotching all around because of the fact that we have guests. And so what we're going to do now is go to regular agenda item number 11, which is the update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. And then just a preview for everybody, especially for Supervisor Christie, since he put this item on the addendum. After that, we're going to move to addendum item number 3, because one of our guests speaking to a regular agenda item number 11 is going to be helpful to your addendum item as well. All right, so I'll turn it to County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott and members of the board. To lead the presentation is Jen Darlin, the director of our Office of Housing Solutions and Homeless. OHS. She can explain. Sorry.
And you have a co-presenter, right?
Yes, thank you, County Administrator Lesher, Chair Scott, members of the board. Good afternoon. Yes, so I'm here to provide an update on the county initiatives addressing homelessness as the director of the Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions. And with me today is Madi Vasquez, who has joined the county administrator's team as a senior advisor to county administration. I'm very heartened to have her join this effort. She's going to be dedicating, I'm sure county administrator will go into it more later on in the agenda, but I am now able to pick her brilliant brain on all of these strategies and check my calculus on the approaches to addressing homelessness throughout the region of Pima County. As has been part of the practice of bringing forward the monthly updates to you all, I would like to get grounded on the 5 priorities that establish the Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions. Briefly reviewing those would be priority number 1, which is the inventory of county and existing county and partner programs. Priority number 2, describing and illustrating the homeless response system and care coordination. Number 3, develop county and public-facing communications. Priority number 4, the strategic and continuous improvement plan with the goal of ensuring the programming is responsive, sustainable, and equitable. And priority number 5, which is developing the means of tracking the efficacy of county assistance programs and work with departments, partner agencies, and governments to develop attainable measures of success. For the purpose of today's update, I wanted to revisit priority number 2. You'll see that I added emphasis around the response system. Specifically wanted to focus on the county's responses when we receive a constituent complaint related to a homeless encampment on a county-owned and maintained asset. Next slide, please. As has previously been part of the updates to the board, I've shared with you all the various different layers of county responses to homelessness, right? So we're talking about everything from the county departments, meaning those departments that have the duties to maintain an actual physical asset or space on behalf of the county. Also our health and human service agencies, health and human service departments that offer services for county constituents, as well as our jurisdictional partners. These are all part of the wheel of support that are leveraged whenever we are working to address homelessness throughout Pima County. Again, specifically the county departments that we're talking about that respond to the housing crisis for at-risk and homeless individuals, or health and human service departments, your community and workforce development, your health department, justice services, library, Pima animal care. These departments either work in response to County Administrative Procedure 50.02, being the homeless protocol, which is it's more commonly referred to as a homeless protocol, and in support of our public works departments. They're also join in contracted and community collaboration throughout the region to support vulnerable constituents. Additionally, within the county departments that respond to homeless encampments on county-owned assets are your public works departments, right? That's those departments that are charged with maintaining a physical space or asset on behalf of Pima County. Those are your regional flood control district, your parks and recreation, your Department of Transportation, and truly any other county department that operates a building or an asset on behalf of Pima County. That maintenance would also include, informing constituents on the appropriate use of that space, also hours of operation. And our partnerships, finally, those would be the contracted partnerships that we have with nonprofit service providers, largely leveraged out of either your health department or your community and workforce development department, right? Those are going to be funded through usually the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for vulnerable and at-risk households, as well as for any of the state funds that are also available for this population. And lastly, in this very important partnership matrix is that relationship that we have with our jurisdictional partners, those incorporated neighbors who also, whether it's through interfacing with their counterparts, meaning the interfaces between our public works staff and their jurisdictional counterparts, and also working to also talk with the law enforcement entities that have the law enforcement authority over the area in which some of the assets reside. And I think that's important for me to also state is that the county is essentially a property holder, and properties are distributed throughout the region, and some of those properties will be in incorporated jurisdictions, and some of them will be adjacent to incorporated jurisdictions. When our asset is located in an incorporated jurisdiction, we have a role and responsibility just like we would if we were private property owners, meaning that we have a responsibility to maintain our asset, to be a good neighbor in that other jurisdictional space. However, when rules or crime occurs, the appropriate response falls to the jurisdictional law enforcement agency within that incorporated section. Next slide, please. So to attempt to go into this a little bit further. So when we have a physical asset or a site, the maintenance response, and we're talking about a county-owned or maintained asset irrespective of the jurisdiction in which it lies, it is the designated county department that has a responsibility to maintain that space, whether it is to maintain, again, the general operations, to inform constituents on the appropriate manner in which to recreate, for example, Parks and Rec and the use of the loop, or whether it's meant to maintain the space, like with our regional flood control district with the maintenance of the flood channel, that falls to those particular departments. Those responsibilities when it comes to encampment reports are to follow the county administrative procedure 50.02, which is to conduct a field assessment, to take pictures, inspect, to publish, to post no later than 72 hours a notice to vacate to any of the inhabitants in that space, and to proceed to clean or remediate the space, and to take whatever steps that are practicable to post further notifications that that space is not meant to be occupied for camping or for anything else that falls outside of the rules of the actual area. Additionally, we have the responsibility we have the actions of the homeless outreach support. Again, as previously stated, that is in alignment with our county administrative procedure to support the public works staff who are, going out and inspecting the field. So they go out, our homeless outreach services will go out in partnership to provide information on available shelters, resource coordination, look to see if these individuals have been matched to housing. That is, whenever we need additional capacity support, the homeless outreach staff will work in partnership with nonprofit agencies, as well as any of the jurisdictional coordination. For example, City of Tucson working in partnership with the Housing First Division they are often in these shared spaces where we have shared jurisdictional efforts to address homelessness in that space. And finally, just to talk briefly about the criminal behaviors that can occur on county-owned or maintained assets. Again, we generally believe that when we are talking to our staff who are responsible for maintaining the site, there are duties and assignments that exceed their scope of their responsibilities. Meaning we're not asking for our public works staff to be law enforcement, right? So when there is an effort, or when there is an event that occurs where there is a criminal activity that has occurred, we always encourage them to call 911 to interrupt that behavior. And whoever responds to that will, again, be the law enforcement entity that has the jurisdictional authority wherever that asset is located. So if it is in unincorporated Pima County, it will be the county sheriff's department. And if it is in any of the other incorporated jurisdictions, it will be their law enforcement agencies as appropriate to the location of that particular asset. We always encourage our building managers and in-charge staff to maintain relationships with law enforcement whenever possible in order to facilitate communication around non-emergent challenges, right? Because not everything is going to be an immediate call to 911. So, for example, in the process of posting for prior to the cleaning up of an encampment, our staff will notify the appropriate law enforcement entity in which the asset resides and let them know of the activities that are going to be commencing. Either we'll invite them to collaborate to join us in the posting of the notice, or we'll at least at the very minimum let them know of when the cleanup is going to commence, especially if we believe that if staff are under the impression that it may require to have some additional awareness from our law enforcement partners. And again, not all of the county properties are going to be located in the unincorporated space. In fact, this building where we reside, where we're holding today's meeting, is actually in the city of Tucson's law enforcement jurisdiction. And additionally, some of the physical outdoor assets, such as the park, the Chuck Huckleberry Loop, that will weave in and out of both incorporated and unincorporated Pima County. And when that program commenced before the end of last year, efforts were made to ensure that we had appropriately identified appropriate members within even Tucson Police Department so that everybody could have eyes on any of the less than legal behaviors that the VetSec team may be encountering, as well as designated points of contact should they need additional support while they were conducting their rounds and their visits to the various scenes. I don't mean to say scenes, I'm sorry, the various different designated sites that were identified in that protocol. And I think with that, I can pause for any questions. I will just note I wanted to acknowledge that we did have the point in time count that occurred on January 29th. I want to thank Supervisor Grijalva and Nicholas for joining our team. It was a very early morning. In total, we had over 450 volunteers throughout the community volunteer for before the sun came up to go out and survey individuals who were experiencing homelessness. And so again, it's always a heartening effort to go out and see the complexity of the crisis, and we should expect to have those results, even preliminary numbers, late spring before as they're transmitted to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So I can pause here for any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I reached out to a number of business leaders, business owners, community leaders as well, and in response to the fact that you were going to be giving a presentation to the board here today, and I have to say that of all of your presentation, you have failed to address what they have been complaining about, have been asking and begging for months now, that they are falling on deaf ears. And I know your whole presentation was designed to be somewhat upbeat and positive, but it's failing miserably to these people. They don't see any of those things that you say that you are providing. I received a 2.5-page typewritten single-spaced letter from a business owner on East Fort Lowell. And you spoke about having more eyes on issues of less than legal behaviors. How about criminality? Let's just call it criminality. This individual got a notification from TEP that folks that had been in her back alley living and camping there for weeks set fire to her electrical box and absolutely devastated her building and an adjacent building with no electricity for 2 days. And she says here, and I quote, "We had called 311 earlier in the week to let them know the alley behind our shop was a huge fire hazard all the way through the alley." there were dirty old couches, homeless had drugs in, and set beside the electronics had a fire spot right in the middle of the road of the alley. They're doing what you say. They're calling the other eyes, the other partners, and they're getting no response. I could go on and share the details of this letter. It's heartbreaking. It's heart-rending. As a former business owner, I know what they're going through, and what you just talked about addresses none of this. And on top of that, I asked them, since you were going to be giving this presentation, if they had any questions that they'd like to see asked of you. And they came up with some pretty good ones. And I am in the interest of time, but I want to highlight a couple of them. First of all, what is the full context of the regional approach that is being taken by the city and county? How much money and resources are the city and county putting in respectively into this collaboration? And please, if you could, I don't want to go round and round, if you could kind of zero in on the answer.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, I think if you would like to provide those questions, we're more than happy to get a full report to you and the board.
Well,
I don't think specifics of what the city of Tucson is spending today is simply something we would not be in a position to be able to.
That doesn't go over very well either with the business community.
And we will
Looks like
get it for
you're
you, sir.
avoiding
I don't know today.
answering.
I don't know what the city of Tucson is spending.
Well,
sir.
let me just hit the highlights, and I'll do that. What kind of public-facing dashboards or metrics are available to show the success of any program that the city or county are currently funding? What is the cost per recipient? Success is being defined as getting people back on their feet, not simply supporting them with a roof over their head. We have seen encampments at Santa Rita Park. When they're cleaned up, the inhabitants are offered shelter and services. None of them are taking advantage of these officers. Instead, they wait a few days to go back and inhabit the parks and encampments again. What is the plan for these individuals, and what is it so that our community can go back to using public spaces? The Pima County Transition Center is currently looked at a success by connecting people to services, reducing recidivism and saving taxpayers nearly $1 million in last year, a positive element. But they understand that Tucson Police Department has started to increase drop-offs. So what can be done to get the city to utilize this transition center in a further manner? What is their hesitation? Substance use disorders being driven by fentanyl and methamphetamine. We have seen several times in the media that when individuals are arrested with large quantities of narcotics, they have low bonds or have their charges drastically reduced. Is there any plan for greater accountability, given that we have seen many of these individuals back in custody for committing even more dangerous crimes? So I will definitely pass all of this on to your department. I know it's in-depth, and I'm sure you're not prepared for answers now, but to have this kind of rosy picture that everything's going along beautifully with this homeless thing without involving any kind of legal ramifications by law enforcement, this is what's driving them crazy, and they are very disappointed. They're very frustrated. They don't feel that they're getting the truth about all the matters, and that this program is not doing what it's intended to do, and they're the ones suffering for it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So let's just to follow up on Supervisor Christie's comments. I appreciate Ms. Lesher, you saying that if the supervisor submits his questions, that you'll get whatever responses we can have as a county, but also perhaps interface with our partners at the city to see what responses they might have. And if you could also share the written questions that you're getting from our colleague with the other board members, that would be appreciated. Ms. Darland, anything that you wanted to say at this time, or would you prefer to have the opportunity to go through the questions?
Thank you, Chair Scott. I'll wait to go through the questions so I can have a more salient response.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from supervisors? Supervisor Grijalva.
Yeah, I think that, I understand the frustration of community members, business owners, and I think it's really important that when we listen to these presentations, we try to understand the complexity of the problem, and that there is not one solution that's going to fit all, and understand that people have rights. And so we can't force someone to take services. We can't force someone to go into programs, and that we don't have enough resources to arrest our way out of this problem. And so when you have programs that are helping people get job skills and programs that are trying to take people off of the streets, especially those that are vulnerable, when you look at the number of children and the number of older individuals that are facing eviction, potential homelessness, or actually are on the street, that I think is a very telling, it's a telling snapshot of where we are, not just in our community, but in our nation. When I went to Vegas to go look at some of the solutions that they've tried there, this is a very layered, complex problem. And it is not just the county that is going to be, it is part of this effort. And I'm glad that Director Darland was able to really talk about how multifaceted the problem is and how many people are working on the issue. But I think that we need to acknowledge the fact that in the nation, like, we have a real serious problem when we also have a significant problem with addiction to narcotics and fentanyl. And these are all things that are going to continue to go on until we can get a handle on some of those other issues. I understand the frustration, but I also want to acknowledge the incredibly hard work of so many people in our community, from our nonprofit partners, people in the county, people in the city. This is a national and global problem. And we have veterans that are unhoused that make up 8% of our population, unhoused population on the streets. That's really significant. I talked to 2 of them while we did this point in time count. I talked to parents that had their children staying in friends' houses because they couldn't find housing. And so there are significant problems with the system, and I think continuing to talk about it and continuing to find solutions together is the only way we're going to be able to do this. And we have no authority over TPD when it comes to what they're going to charge people with and not, and acknowledge the fact that many of the crimes that people, unhoused community, or people that are living on the streets are committing are misdemeanor offenses that are not something that people can be jailed for. So unless they're committing criminal damage, some other crime that is an arrestable offense, many people are just cited and moved on. So I want to thank you all for what you're doing. And I think that you will hear from people that are boots on the ground an incredible level of frustration. I mean, there really are, in so many cases, just, you're wringing your hands on how do we solve this problem. I met a veteran that had a dislocated shoulder and had an appointment to go see a doctor that he'd been waiting for 2 weeks to get at 9 o'clock that morning. And I was seeing him at 6 a.m. The real life tragic stories are they're horrible. And I think that I really want to commend the people that go out and do this work every day, because it just can be really soul crushing. And I think that what you're doing is commendable. And do we need to do more? For sure. But let's figure out where those gaps in service are and try to focus our energies on that, because there is no way to arrest our way out of the problem.
Thank you, Supervisor Grijalva. Supervisor Allen.
Mr. Chair, also thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work. I think, as Supervisor Grijalva said, the complexity of compounding issues facing our community is it's stark, it's overwhelming. The thing that I heard so much from our district, from residents, was the importance of treating folks with compassion. I heard that over and over and over again from folks, whether it was in Ajo or Midtown to Marana and other places throughout District 3. Treating the unhoused with a one-size-fits-all sort of law enforcement approach, folks just knew was not going to work, would be incredibly costly. And so figuring out the compassionate solutions that are in fact systemic solutions is where folks wanted us to invest our energy and time. So with that, I had just a couple of little questions, things that have emerged recently. So one was whether or not the program that I spent some time with the city folks that have their homeless outreach workers. Folks get a call about an encampment, and there's an outreach worker that is assigned to a specific area. Folks would then go out, check out that encampment. Is that, and I apologize if you mentioned this in the presentation, but is that also applicable in the county areas? Are there also outreach workers that are in the areas outside of the city of Tucson, and how far out does that extend? And then my second question, and then I'll stop, is if you could give us an update on the loop, security that was placed around the loop, and what was there? What does success look like for that? And what has happened with the folks that have been pushed out from there? Where do they go? And what's happening with that?
Thank you, Chair Scott. Thank you, Supervisor Allen. With respect to the latter, the loop, I believe it will just may take a moment to submit that following with an opportunity to evaluate the metrics, and we can follow up with a communication to you all. With respect to what the county does, and then I can let Madi speak maybe more specifically while she still remembers what goes on over at the city processes, but by and large, when it comes to a homeless encampment report that we receive, through the protocol, yes, we offer and we lead with humanitarian services first. That does not negate any of the other outreach that we do in response to having a call come in for assistance. We have staff over at the Sullivan Jackson Employment Center. That is where the Homeless Services Division is housed. What we try to do is limit duplicative efforts, meaning we try to focus our resources into or around in the unincorporated spaces and to provide additional support where capacity is needed for our colleagues at the City of Tucson. Whenever possible, our outreach team, when we get reports, they go out, they offer services. They're on a text thread, for lack of a more sophisticated system, with shelter providers to identify available beds. They take supplies from PAC. They offer their cell phones to anyone who might need to call a family member to get reunified with a family member or a health provider. They wring their hands to the point that has been made by Supervisor Grijalva as well in frustration with the lack of some of the resources and some of the challenges. And whenever possible, again, these folks work really closely together with their counterparts at the City of Tucson, knowing each other by name and often texting each other and calling each other when they run out of ideas or they run into any brick walls. I don't know if Ms. Vasquez, if you had anything else to add to that.
Chair, Supervisor Allen. So with the city's process, what they do, it mirrors pretty similar to what the county does. It's a humanitarian effort first. When something gets reported, we have peer of lived experience go out and let them know if they are in an area where they cannot be. That gets posted. It either gets posted for 72 hours or depending on an immediate removal as needed, depending on what the area is. But to the point that was made earlier, with all of the outreach teams that go out, we can't force anyone as far as we're not law enforcement, right? So we can offer the services that there are, but then law enforcement needs to step in and do their piece of that puzzle. There are meetings that happen every month on a regional scale where we do all meet together with law enforcement personnel. But I think, it's that different piece of the pie, right? Offering the services, what does enforcement look like? What does engagement look like? And for the people that do outreach every day, it is a struggle when people repopulate. And we just don't have any say over when that happens. So, thank you.
Chair, if I could, Scott, just one other point that I'd also say, like our public works staff for to almost a person understand they don't necessarily need to wait for our outreach teams to join them. They lead with compassion themselves whenever possible. I say this pretty repeatedly. It'll sound a little bit, and I don't mean to wax poetic on it, but our county staff really do care. They interface with these people. They see them often before a constituent has the opportunity to report them through the process, and so that they do their best to ensure that they stay on the right side and don't and get connected to resources, because they certainly want to ensure that that they can end their crisis. So,
Thank you. Supervisor Hines, any questions or comments? Okay, then I'm glad that we got to hear all of the comments and questions from my colleagues, because I have a couple of requests that I think address both sides of the coin that my colleagues have very specifically gotten into. And Ms. Darlin, during our last meeting, I had several requests for additional information regarding the work the county is doing to address homelessness in our community. And I wanted to add another, albeit larger, request. And I think it's aligned with some of the points you heard from some of my colleagues. And that's that the board get a report on indicators with metrics that could be used to document the results of our efforts to address homelessness, its causes, and its effects. The second request is really more directed to Ms. Lesher, and it follows up on some points. It follows up on a question that Supervisor Allen just had, and also some points that Supervisor Christie made in response to constituent concerns about possibly illegal or dangerous behavior. The security firm we contract with has been patrolling the loop for the last several months. I would like the board to receive a detailed report on the behaviors that they have both addressed and observed. The report should also note areas on the loop and adjacent to it where possibly illegal or dangerous behaviors have been seen by the patrols or reported to them. We really need to have a better sense of what's working or what we need to do differently or better to lift people out of homelessness. But as you have heard from my colleagues, we also need to act forcefully to deal with those whose actions are not just a threat to others in the homeless community, but to the health and safety of all of us. I feel like the public wants us to lead. The public wants us to act, and they really deserve and expect nothing less. So I feel that my requests take a look at both sides of the coin that we are dealing with. And I absolutely agree with the sentiments that people in our community whose behaviors are a threat, not just to others in the homeless community, but to the overall health and safety of this community, we have to work collaboratively with the other jurisdictions, with our partners in law enforcement, to address their behaviors as well. I would like both these reports as soon as possible, but certainly no later than the next time this recurring item is set to appear on our agenda. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Gerhalden?
Yeah, Chair Scott, I would just like to advocate, when we request these written reports that are really complex with a lot of nuances, I do think that it's much more beneficial, in my opinion, for us to get a oral presentation. You can do slides, but I think that it's the exchange where we hear from each other and understand what's going on that is much more beneficial to me personally, because I do know that they're incredibly time consuming to create these reports. So that's just my personal opinion.
I appreciate that. And that's why I said I'm happy to wait until we have the next appearance of this item on our agenda, which I think is our first meeting in March.
Chair Scott.
Supervisor Allen.
So I am a lover of metrics and dashboards to track progress, but I guess my question is whether or not we have goals in place that lend themselves towards that degree of specificity around progress. Because without having the clarity of goals, then we're getting reports on activities is what we are counting. Which I don't think necessarily gets us down towards noting the sorts of progress that I think we want to see. So I guess it's sort of a question as to whether we feel like we have the clarity around those goals such that they would lend themselves to a tracking dashboard.
I appreciate the question and the points that you made. Certainly my expectation would be that anything aligned with the requests that I just made be aligned with the overall goals for this office when it was established at the end of 2023. And some of those goals were touched on during Ms. Darlin's presentation. Any other questions or comments?
Can we take a quick break?
Sure. Yes, we're going to, before we move on to the addendum item that Supervisor Christie added, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break.
And then can I just make a comment really quick?
Sure.
Happy birthday, Mari.
Oh, all right. Hmm? No, I think we can get done. Yeah, she likes me to pound the thing. All right, we'll go ahead and come back online. Thank you all so much for your patience. And as promised, we're going to move to addendum item number 3. And that was put on the addendum by Supervisor Christie. So Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me get back to there if I could just for a second.
Addendum 1.
Oh, that's right.
Mr. Chair, thank you for moving this ahead and for giving me the opportunity to express something that I know has been top of mind over the last few weeks with the Los Angeles fires and the devastation and just the horrific conditions that so many people have gone through, lost homes, not able to rebuild them, all of their possessions, all their family heirlooms gone, many very valuable in monetary ends, but by the same token valuable for sentimental reasons too. Not having a place to go to, and just watching those horrific films and the quickness and the tragic aftermath is just it's so impactful. But we're deluding ourselves if we're thinking that it can't happen here, because it has. And just to recount for everybody's selective memories, in 2017 alone, we had the sawmill fire in the Sahuarita city of Tucson area, 47,000 acres burned. We also had that year the mulberry fire southeast of Vail, 2,000 acres burned. We had the Burro fire in the Catalina Mountains, 27,000 acres burned. On to 2020, we had the Bighorn fire in the Catalina Mountains, 120,000 acres burned. In 2023, we had the Chimney fire out in Reddington. That was 650 acres. And in 2023, we had the Gap fire southwest of Oracle Junction. That consumed 250 acres. And then we had historic wildfires. In 2002, of course, the Bullock fire in the Catalina Mountains, 30,000 acres burned. And in 2003, we had the Aspen fire, also in the Catalina Mountains, where 85,000 acres were burned. So obviously, we have a situation that it could be replicated here in Pima County, as it was in the Los Angeles area. We have similar topography, similar underbrush, similar environment, similar flora. This is troubling, and of course, we've not only have that potential, we've witnessed it as I just outlined. So, what I'm proposing, and I'm hoping that that this will resonate with my colleagues, because it certainly seems to be resonating, and obviously so with my constituents, particularly in my southeast region, because the pervasiveness of a wildfire and the quickness of its damage is mind-boggling, and I think our community wants to know that Pima County is prepared to do its part to be good neighbors, to take care of its property, to ensure that it does not contribute to any combustible issues with fire. I think all of us would be heartsick and terribly, terribly troubled if we found out that due to negligence or inaction on Pima County's part, that properties that Pima County owns contributed to a wildfire situation. I think that would be unfathomable. We'll have to deal with that. So in addition to bringing an awareness community-wide and county-wide on this issue, which I know everybody is aware of, but I thought we'd explore some elements that we can kind of pinpoint and be very specific on some certain areas and form a communications network with all fire and law enforcement and first responders agencies in Pima County to be coordinated in their efforts and to perhaps center on the most important and volatile things that can cause and create wildfires. For instance, in our mitigation plan, we're looking at exploring, suggesting that additional tools and options to enhance the county's clearing and brush management in wildfire-prone areas, conducting a feasibility analysis on modern best practices for clearing overgrown and down vegetation. We've heard complaints about vegetation not being cleared and all sorts of combustibles piling up under more areas of trees and power lines and things of this nature. For some reason, and I don't want to get into the politics of environment versus not, but it seems that there's been some kind of a reluctance or some kind of a hesitancy on Forest Service or government agencies' part to clear out underbrush and dead wood and things of this nature. We do have prescribed burns by the Forest Service up in the Catalina Mountains. They're very successful, and we should look at those same types of tools in Pima County, particularly after we're suggesting a comprehensive evaluation of all county property, particularly road rights-of-way, parks, and conservation lands in wildfire-prone areas, that we can have opportunities to apply regular and additional clearing. This season, I think, is going to be a ripe one for wildfires. All indications say that it is. We're getting some moisture now, even though it's been dry, but that moisture leads to growth, and that growth leads to dried out vegetation later in the year. And when it's dried out like that, it's like a matchstick. And we have been very proactive in our district with the FireWise certification program. It's been very successful, particularly in what we call the gold standards of wildfire certification. That's the Summerhaven and Mount Lemmon communities. They've done a tremendous job. And we have, I believe, 4 HOA communities in Green Valley that are now FireWise certified. I think there's 1 or 2 in the Casas Adobes area that are FireWise certified. And we should explore ways to help residents clear their own properties in wildfire-prone areas and direct assistance in the disposal of brush and vegetation, or through financial incentives in remote regions of the county. Basically, we're asking that Pima County be a good neighbor in preventing wildfires. And we can do that in a number of ways, providing wood chippers, dumpsters, implements to remove and mitigate combustible materials. But I think it's going to take a countywide effort of numerous agencies that we have, the Office of Emergency Management, all of our law enforcement agencies. We're also going to be discussing Supervisor Hines' resolution regarding supporting fire districts. In my own district, we have an area, an Elephant Head, that there is no subscription services to fire districts. They have no fire protection. And that whole area, even if they did have a fire district that they could subscribe to, it would take, they're estimating 20 to 30 minutes to respond to a fire in that area, and by then it's too late. We need to explore those avenues and basically have an all-hands-on-deck countywide plan to address potential wildfire issues that can be mitigated, that can be resolved and addressed before it's too late, before it becomes volatile, and before we go into a series of red flag warnings. So I'm calling through this mitigation plan on the county to devise a plan in all aspects and phases of wildfire mitigation, control, and prevention on a countywide basis, and to submit that plan. And I unfortunately, we had to backpedal on the staff reporting back, we asked for 120 days in the beginning. We need 90 days. We're coming into the spring area of the year when it's going to be hot and dry, and that's when all of the issues appear, and we need to be prepared for that. And of course, we have the issues that we alluded to earlier, that as a result of this fire situation, and also the maps that the Forest Service used to describe potential wildfire sites, they need to be updated and looked at as well. We heard from a constituent out in Rocking K that is now in a brand new subdivision. They're saying that they can't get homeowners insurance. Life savings are being threatened with the inability to get fire insurance on their homes, or they can't afford the rising premiums. All of those are conjunctive and all intertwined with a county-wide plan to address wildfire prevention. So that's the gist of the plan. I know the county administrator has sent a couple of memorandums regarding buffalo grass mitigation. That's certainly a very important part of the entire plan, but it is just a part. I know there's a committee, forgive me, I can't recall the name of it. You have resiliency or
Climate Action Team.
Climate Action Committee. Certainly, we can use those folks' expertise and their knowledge and experience. But we need, as I say, law enforcement, fire districts, fire departments, any kind of community leadership that can spread the word on fire mitigation, wildfire mitigation, and we need to do it now. And that's why I'm asking for an all hands on deck effort. That we have a plan in place that is feasible, that's easily understandable, and that will address the situation within 90 days.
Supervisor Christie, thank you very much. And I know that Administrator Lesher made arrangements for Ms. Vasquez to stay because she's playing some role in your office with regard to fire mitigation and data that we have in place. So I'm going to turn it over to the county administrator at this time.
Thank you, and Chair Scott, and members of the board. As we've mentioned, Mari Vasquez has joined the county full-time, and part of her background is extensive background in fire, working with fire, continues to have extraordinary expertise in that area. We've asked her to lead this effort, and as Supervisor Christie points out, Director Espinosa at Office of Emergency Management. We have folks in flood control, parks and recreation across the county. But Mari will begin to pull all those folks together. We will address the issues delineated in Addendum Item 3, as well as look at anything else we need to in updating the wildfire plan that is, as was noted earlier, out of date on the things that we need to bring back, including but not limited to these 3 items. And Mari will be the point on that, and we'll be back within 90 days.
Mr. Chair, just to reiterate, and thank you, Administrator Lesher. Again, we would not be able to live with ourselves if it was determined that Pima County was negligent in not addressing wildfire mitigation. And I'm urging, again, all of my colleagues to go back to their districts and look at the issues there, as well as the resources there that can be put into play and put into effect with all the other districts' resources and a county-wide effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. And Administrator Lesher, I can assume that whatever comes back to us is going to take into consideration particular areas of concern in every part of the county. Okay, all right.
Chair Scott.
Supervisor Allen.
If I could also ask that the plan look at the degree to which there are gaps in resources. All fire districts are not created equal. We also have, I think, similarly, areas within District 3 in which the fire districts are all volunteer and are greatly under-resourced, and those are also the areas that have the smallest populations and probably the greatest risk of fire, given that they are rural. So both an analysis of the threat, but an analysis of the existing resources, and tie those together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, any other comments or questions on that topic, Supervisor Christie?
Other than to underscore again, the Firewise certification program for HOAs and neighborhoods, that can address a huge amount of the potential problem. And our office has links to the Firewise certification, and we'd be glad to share all that as well.
Would Director Espinosa also have information about that program, or would that be something more that the individual fire districts would have along with the District 4 office?
Chair Scott, there's a lot of information available in between Supervisor Christie's office, Office of Emergency Management, and other. We'll make sure that we have pulled together all of the known resources and ability for everyone to get in contact with them.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else on that item? All right. Well, believe it or not, we're then going to move back to the regular agenda. And we are Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards, Flood Control District Board, that's coming up. Flood Control District Board. And because these two items are linked, and I don't think one has to be approved before the other, I wonder if my colleagues would consider items 8 and 9 together.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Christie, seconded by Supervisor Grijalva. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. For item number 9, is this the creation, well, both of them really, it's a creation similar to the El Vado, is that right? Park in D5?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Grijalva, correct.
Yeah, it's going to be beautiful. I think that partnership is great. It's going to be amazing. So.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I wasn't aware this was a good time to ask questions, but may I?
Please.
I'm not going to ask for answers right now, Mr. DeBonis, but I will forward them on to you. Looking at this whole plan, it appears that the county is buying from the city some acreage and some buildings for the purpose of this wastewater or runoff water storage. My questions that you can answer at a later date. It's odd that the city of Tucson pulled permits to demolish these existing buildings in 2022, but these buildings are still there. That's one question. Why? And these buildings are, as the city of Tucson designated as the housing and community development buildings. And Pima County is buying from the city of Tucson all the buildings and parcels for the purpose of a stormwater collection area. Where and we pulled some pictures of the area, aerial, and we're trying to figure out where is a nearby wash or evidence of water or collection or erosion? What is determining that this location is going to be applicable for a runoff water storage area when clearly there's no washes or any other kind of tributary effect in that area? It's a question thing that maybe it's very obvious that we're just not seeing. But what is the storm water park being built on this property, and what happens to the buildings? All this for just under $300,000. So I'll be glad to forward my questions to you, or if you've already digested them, if you could respond to me at some point that would just answer these questions, unless you're prepared to answer them now.
So Chairman Scott and Supervisor Christie, I can address some of them, and we're happy to get back to the board with additional information. Going in reverse order, you're correct. There's not a defined channel or wash in the area, and so this is not uncommon in older neighborhoods, right, that are more of an urban setting. And so there still is stormwater runoff that goes through those neighborhoods, and in many instances causes significant problem for the occupants of those structures. So this is an approach that we have utilized with the city of Tucson by partnering with our regional flood control district, which is just that, is a regional entity. And so a lot of the visible work that they do is in the major water courses, but they do things things in the urban area. And the tool set for addressing urban drainage issues and stormwater runoff issues in developed higher density areas is different than what we see elsewhere. And so the stormwater park concept is one where we can capture flows, we can slow them down and then release them out over time, and also build an amenity there that is usable by the public and the community within that neighborhood.
Mr. Chair, Mr. DeVos, are those the buildings, or are they going to remain, or are they going to be demolished, or?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, so we are acquiring the property with the buildings, and the Regional Flood Control District will be demolishing those buildings. So it is in a stormwater hazard area that deems it not to be appropriate for habitation. So the buildings that exist there, they are deteriorated. They are not suitable themselves for habitation. So the Regional Flood Control District will acquire the site with the buildings. They will demolish the buildings, and then the City of Tucson will invest equal dollars to the acquisition cost and the demolition cost to go ahead and develop the park amenity, the stormwater park amenity. So that is the relationship that exists here.
I'm thinking of the Arroyo Chico flood issue. That, what is it? There's a holding tank or storage tank down around Cherry Field or somewhere around that.
You're correct, Supervisor.
Okay. You don't have to send me anything. You
Okay.
don't have to give me any information. That's good enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Thank you, Mr. DeBonis. And then just a quick follow-up question. The memorandum attached to this item notes 5 stormwater parks that have already been completed. I think Supervisor Grijalva referred to one of them, the El Vado New Hope Park. But in that same paragraph, it says additional green stormwater infrastructure projects are in the planning and design phases. Is there any kind of, for lack of a better term, master plan for subsequent projects?
Chair Scott, this is a relationship that we find those opportunities through things like ongoing park improvements within the City of Tucson. So as they've done park improvements utilizing their bond proceeds, we have then partnered with them. So for example, the Cherry Avenue Park was an opportunity that came about that wasn't part of a master plan. We can come back to the board though and summarize sort of the things that are in queue and how we work to cooperatively identify where these opportunities exist. So there's not a glossy master plan that we can hand you. However, we have items that we know there are potential opportunities for us to partner together.
So there's not a master plan, but there's a set of guiding criteria that we utilize as opportunities present themselves.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Allen. Go ahead.
I have one question is just around the use of the community development block grant funding for this, and I don't know, perhaps you have a crystal ball and might be able to give us a sense of what might happen to that money as we face a new world of funds that we've used for all sorts of important services in our community drying up or being threatened therein.
Yeah, Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, thanks for that question. As the county administrator has communicated to the board in a few memoranda, that landscape is changing on a daily basis, and we continue to evaluate what those potential impacts will be, and we're certain that the City of Tucson is doing similarly. I think that if for some reason the CDBG funds that the city anticipated investing weren't readily available, the Flood Control District would hold the property in ownership, and that we would work with them to identify alternate sources. So in the context of this particular project, I don't think there's a large risk to either the county or the city. And we'll look for funds to replace any lost funding opportunity.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott, excuse me, and Supervisor Allen, just to comment, one of the analysis that staff's working on that will be getting to the board soon is a description of what I think of as what we might look at as traditional grants, and by that, we receive $1.5 million for air quality equipment, something like that. There are things that are grants, but they have been received annually by the county for so many years that we almost don't think of them as grants anymore. I think CDBG is part of that. There are grants in the county attorney's office that, again, are 20 plus years. And so we're really trying to figure out what is the full scope potentially of those programs. And I say that because I think while we've always said if a grant ends, it ends. Programs that are so intertwined in the fiber of what we do as a county, like some of the CDBG and things like that, I think are going to take an additional review by the board in the future.
Thank you. There's no further discussion. Both items 8 and 9 were moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye or a thumbs up. Aye. Any opposed? Both items pass 5-0. We'll now go to approval of the consent calendar. I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Grijalva. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Consent calendar approved unanimously. We have already taken care of items 11 and 12. Let's go then to item number 13, revisions to Board of Supervisors policy. Administrator Lesher.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott. I will actually defer to Chief Civil County Attorney Mr. Brown on this. It is it's almost a technical amendment to the code that helps us allow the county attorney's office to prove its to form.
Okay. Chair, board members, excuse me. This just allows outside agency contracts and OCAT contracts that use an approved template to bypass the approved ESTA form, which we find is just not necessary in these issues. We don't have any legal concerns with this recommendation.
Thank you. I'll move item 13.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Grijalva. Supervisor Grijalva.
Yeah, Chair Scott, thank you. I think that what I'm hoping for is that by streamlining this process, agencies that get approved for funding will be able to have a quick turnaround in getting disbursements, because until this is done, they can't get any disbursements. And so sometimes it's a wait of 2 to 3 months. And for some of our smaller nonprofits, it's pretty significant to have to hold on to, all of those receipts when you have staff and all of that. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. You sound like you're speaking from experience.
Just a little bit.
All right. All those in favor of the item?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Okay, we'll go now to item number 14, acceptance of right-of-way. Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott, this is simply the acceptance of right-of-way along State Route 86.
Okay. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Grijalva. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 14 passes unanimously. All right, we'll moving right along to item number 15, Banner University Medical Group to provide for an amended and restated physician services agreement. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And again, this is to provide some supervisor of functions in the Office of the Medical Examiner. Dr. Hess's team works with folks from Banner to oversee those autopsies, some autopsies. Again, it's $250,000 a year revenue for each of 3 years.
Thank you.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisors Christie and Grijalva. Any discussion?
Yeah, just a quick question. So are we able to do this because of the build out and the new facility that increases the capacity of autopsies? Or have we done this before?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor
we're all
just reverse
it.
it.
We're good.
It's too late. I'm sorry,
It's late.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva. We have had a contract with Banner, but it has been limited in scope. The new facility is really allowing us to expand many of the services.
That's great. Okay, thank you.
All right, all those in favor of the item indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item 16, LexisNexis Vital Check Network Incorporated.
I'll move the item.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. I'll second it.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
We've had this before us, and I never really did get a good enough answer to my satisfaction from, I believe Dr. Garcia at the time was handling this. And my question on this is LexisNexis, are they merely facilitating various public records requests, like birth certificates, death? Are they merely facilitating those various requests? Or are they taking this opportunity to aggregate and collect data and then turn around and sell it?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, the former. That is the service you can work with LexisNexis and get access to vital records, which is, this contract allows them to work with our vital records department. They do not sell that data. Or I want to be clear on that, and because it would be selling data in that if you were to contract with LexisNexis and ask for a copy of those records, and you pay them, they would be providing it to you, but it is in exchange of your willing participation in that event. They don't, I mean, it's not on, they're not they do not sell your data to others in that way. So let me ask Mr. Holmes to clarify that specific
Absolutely.
point.
You're correct, Administrator Lesher, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. They are also the sole provider of this service in the state, so they're the only software that does that. And so we procure their services merely to do the interchange of information for a revenue stream for us.
So, Mr. Chair, they're not selling to TikTok or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
sir.
Very good. Thank
Selling
you.
it back to you if you want it.
Supervisor Gerhal.
So is this just to access the online option to be able to order these? Or is this in general?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva. This is an extension of the current contract, which is for the services that they provide to access the records. It's not additional services that are online only. It's for actually both.
Okay, so the question I had is if I go into Vital Records right now, I can get a birth certificate for $20 according to the website. But if I use LexisNexis, like let's say I have a family member that passed away in Tucson or somewhere in Pima County, and I live in Philadelphia, I can access that birth certificate record, and the charge is like $39.50 to $90.50, depending on how long the process takes, or if they have to investigate something, or if it's a little bit more complicated thing. So I've asked before. I'm going to go ahead and approve this, but I've asked before because it's a significant amount of revenue, but it is a percentage of what LexisNexis gets. And so I'm just wondering why we can't bring this in-house, this service in-house eventually. So that's just sort of because what's the percentage of, so what they do is they pay us the amount we would get paid otherwise. And correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is they'll pay us the $20 or whatever for the birth certificate. And then there is we get a percentage of anything over that. Is that the way it works?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva, yeah, that's their business model. That is correct.
And what is the percentage that we get? Do you know?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva, I do not know that.
I thought it was like 30%, but I could be. The reason why I'm asking is because I just feel like for this, 1.6 in revenue, that we should be able to bring people in-house and do the service in-house. But you'll let me know. Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Allen, did you have something you wanted to say?
Are there concerns around the security of the data? Does LexisNexis already hold the data, and it is an entity that we use that the data already exists there? So I guess I'm just a little bit worried, right? Vital records are, as vital implies, it's critical information. I'm wondering about the security of that information.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen, let us get you a report on that, because we've been working with LexisNexis for quite some time. I believe the county attorney's office relies on LexisNexis. We have a variety of providers that link with it. There are protocols established and utilized by the company and the county to ensure that we have secure data exchange with the organization, but I can't rattle off for you exactly what those protocols are. Happy to get back with you on all that. Thank you.
All right. We had the item moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, may I suggest in the name of expeditiousness that the board consider agenda items number 17 through 26 as one.
Supervisor Christie, I will second that, but as Ms. Lesher and Mr. DeBonis know, I do have some questions about item 17 that I...
All right, how about 18 through?
No, we can do it. I'm going to vote for 17. I just, I have some clarification questions about it. We can go with your original motion. And you seconded that, Supervisor, or did I?
You did.
Okay.
That's okay. I can if you want me to. That's all right.
And,
All right.
and Mr. Chair, don't I get some kind of compensation for trying to speed things up here and not talking so much?
We can.
We're all very grateful. So we have moved items 17 and through 26, and the clerk didn't gasp, so I think we're okay. And I had emailed Ms. Lesher and Mr. DeBonis about item number 17 because if you look at the metrics available to measure performance, it says the department, meaning a regional wastewater reclamation district, will measure product reliability by recording in Maximo the number of times Huber equipment has broken down, causing disruption of the wastewater treatment process. So my question was, has that been a problem? If it has been, how does this item address that? If it hasn't been, why did we use these metrics? And I further draw your attention to program goals and predicted outcomes. The second sentence says, this will ensure that RWRD receives original equipment manufacturer parts and service, which will guarantee Huber equipment reliability, which raises the question, have we in the past not always used original equipment manufacturer parts? And that's the situation we're trying to address.
Chair Scott, thank you for the question. So Huber provides specialty equipment. And so when we are doing replacement of parts, we want original manufacturer parts. And we've not varied from that approach. And we have not had disruption due to failure of Huber parts. So staff is indicating that their approach is preventative. So you look at metrics associated with hours of wear on equipment and various components, and you do preemptive replacement of things like seals and switches and things of that nature. So there has not been a problem with this particular manufacturer or their products or their equipment.
So the language is more aligned with their belief in preventive maintenance, not because of any kind of historic problem.
Chair Scott, that's correct.
So it just as a former English teacher, I'm reading too much into the language.
I won't make that statement.
I will. All right. All those in favor of items 17 to 26 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those items approved.
Mr. Chair?
Wait, can I just ask one question? So, can I ask a question?
Right.
So on item number 18, I just want to say thank you to benefits for negotiating the same cost across the board. I think we really have some really good benefits in Pima County, and as a mom of 3 kids, having affordable dental is very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, again, in the interest of trying to streamline things around here, could we suggest to you that we consider on the addendum items 8 through 11 at the same time?
Well, given the fact that everything else on the regular agenda was either removed or already approved, and everything on the addendum has already been addressed other than those items, yes, I will second that. Pardon me?
Oh, what are we doing? Gosh. Sorry, Matt. Jeez.
Wow, you got a bit of a look there.
Why don't we get those other ones out of the and give him the whole floor?
Let's do that. Yeah, so we will approve items we will vote on items 8 through 11 and then come back to item 5. Supervisor Christie made the motion. I seconded it. So all those in favor of items 8 through 11 on addendum 1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Can I just speak on item 10? I want to thank Nicholas McCullough from our office for serving in many of these positions from 8 to 10 and say congratulations to Cammie from your office, Chair Scott, for
Thank you.
replacing Nicholas.
I'm certain Nicholas is already giving her an extensive briefing on all that
They're
awaits.
very early meetings, apparently.
All right, so now we will go back onto addendum 1 and turn it over to our colleague from District 2. And Supervisor Hines, before we do, I know that you are in your home state of Michigan with your father, and certainly hope he is doing well, and please give him our best.
Will do. Thank you. So, item 5 here, this is a request to have our contract lobbyists on behalf of Pima County work with our legislative delegation and any other legislator frankly, in Phoenix during this session, specifically to grant the authority to this board and to any other county board in the state to potentially, with a majority vote of our board, refer a up to, but not to exceed 0.1% sales tax to our county voters for their consideration and possible approval. This is in response to a lot of things. We've seen what's been going on in Los Angeles tragically, and we heard a lot about the need for fire mitigation thanks to Supervisor Christie's item from District 4. This would be another tool, and it is something that was a statewide proposition in 2022. It was Proposition 310. It narrowly failed at the state level, but it did pass by 54% of Pima County voters at that time without a lot of wildfires going on like we're seeing right now. So the reason being, and we heard this also from Supervisor Allen, we have over 20 mostly smaller fire districts throughout Pima County, and the reason that the firefighters and the fire district representatives and the Firefighters Association pushed for this referral from the legislature in 2022 was because they had identified funding inconsistencies that threaten response times being up to the national standards, which they aren't in many of these areas, and of course the number of personnel or paid personnel or even reliable equipment like fire engines, obviously very important. So the reason this was something that they wanted to do in 2022 was to get some extra funding going into those districts, as they are much more limited than, for example, county boards are in terms of their ability to assess any kind of increase in tax rate. So this isn't a tax directly. This would simply be an opportunity for specifically the support of fire districts for us, if given the authority to the legislature this session, to propose this and put it on, say, the November ballot for the people to look at if they want to do that. And I'm hoping that my colleagues will support me in this.
Did you want to move the item, Supervisor Hines?
Yes, and I'll move the item as well.
I'll second.
All right. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion? Supervisor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott. Just a quick question. You said a majority, so it's a simple majority of the board? Supermajority?
That would be what I would like in discussion with our contract lobbyists. There's actually some legislation going forward that potentially would require any kind of vote for any assessment at the county voter level or at our board level could require higher than that. But yes, it would be simply just like referring the RTA or referring a bond measure to the ballot. It would be three of the 5 supervisors or 2 of the 3 supervisors in the smaller districts and the smaller counties.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Supervisor Christie.
I want to thank Supervisor Hines for bringing this item to the board's attention. I think it's timely, and I think it's a terrific exploration of some very impactful areas that we need to address. As we talked earlier, there are numerous fire districts that are either insolvent or have very limited funds to wage any kind of battle against wildfires. I alluded to it earlier that in my district, we have a couple that are teetering on the brink, and one area that's completely non-existent. Supervisor Hines, in this process, it might be helpful. I was just thinking about some areas. If we could have some information, perhaps if there's a way to gather it, on how much money would we need to bring these districts up to speed, and for how long, and what is it in those districts we're finding that they're lacking? Is it manpower? Is it equipment? Is it facility resources? So that we can at some point get this whole issue to the point where they're self-surviving and that they can manage themselves. But I think this could open up a lot of very pertinent and positive questions that we need to look at for the entire resolution that you put before us. So again, thank you for bringing it up. And if there's any way that in your staff or your travels that you might be able to acquire that knowledge or refer it to somebody who might be able to answer that, I think it will be helpful in presenting it to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Sure. Chair Scott and
Please.
Supervisor Christie, thank you for that. We are in the process of putting together an item for presentations from several of the fire districts that are most at risk and have ongoing concerns, and there will be representatives from the firefighters and these fire districts at the February 18th meeting to kind of flesh this out a bit more and to provide a lot of the information that you just listed.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And thank you, Supervisor Hines, for putting this on the agenda and moving this forward. Just one question, and I think this is a product of being a newbie. How, and I understand that this is adding this to our legislative agenda for the county, working with the lobbyists, but on the sort of assuming all goes smashingly well, how would the sales tax ensure the equitable distribution of resources where they need to be, or is it that it is sort of applied equally out across districts? So just sort of structurally, how do we rectify the inequity?
And Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, excellent question. I was having this exact discussion with Michael Rossi, our contract lobbyist. That, I think, is a flaw that can be improved upon from Proposition 310, because, as you mentioned, it was kind of an equal distribution. So for fire districts that are doing quite well, like Golder Ranch and Northwest, they don't need that. They want it to go to Picture Rocks and to other, at-risk fire districts, but that's not how the algorithm for the statewide proposition was designed. And so it is my goal, and what I've talked about with our lobbyist, and his goal as well, to give as much of that autonomy for tweaking that algorithm to the individual counties that would then, if this measure passes, have that authority. So that we could accomplish exactly that. So, that assessment would then be directed to those districts that are suffering, that are closest to bankruptcy, need more personnel, or don't have reliable fire engines or the response times that they should have. They can have that directed, basically need-based, and potentially even there could be some fire districts that it might make more sense just because of their size and financial situations to explore mergers as well. But basically, so that we have that additional autonomy to kind of make that algorithm the one that makes the most sense, and so that those resources get to where they're needed the most.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen, and I second what Supervisor Hines just said, because I have spoken with the chiefs of both Northwest Fire District and Golder Ranch Fire District, as well as the chief of Rural Metro, and they are all concerned about the viability of the smaller more rural districts. And I think they would be supportive of some kind of formula in any ballot measure if we got permission from the legislature to forward that to the ballot that helped those smaller districts. So what I'm understanding is that if we got this permission from the legislature, that we would, working with assistance from staff and the fire districts, craft the ballot measure and then refer it to the ballot for approval by the voters. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair Scott.
All right. Okay. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor of addendum item number 5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes unanimously, and just shy of 3 o'clock, we are adjourned.